to my stream where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries.
Connected to channel Fix It 42.
Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow.
Welcome back. So, apparently I didn't start my TTS from the start. Now it's on at least. So, yesterday we did day 1 and 2 of this, and today is the 4th day. So, I guess we'll do day 3. I watched like half of this, or the end of it, this time too. A bit of it at least. Though it was my kid's birthday yesterday, so not the same focus there. 14. My youngest is 14. That's like crazy. The time just flies by. Amazing. Yeah, so we have the video up here. I'm just going to check a few things. I was supposed to start streaming at 13, but I worked until like 10 to something like that, and then I had to drive home. I was home about 5 past, so I had to finish something there simply. So yeah, checking everything. This is done, this is working. Let's just start. Right. I'm sorry. Oh, checking that the YouTube stream is up. That's what I'm doing. Oh, actually, look. It hopped up at once. So my stream was suggested to me. That's nice. Alright, this wasn't on the same account. I usually have the bot account on this one. But I don't have a YouTube bot account. Yeah. Well, anyway, it seems to be there. Yeah, let's actually put the oh my god, it's searching Yahoo there. I don't really use. I don't know why I put them up on this one. I don't use Chrome recently. Well, ever really. So the Twitch stream. I'm putting the Twitch stream link into YouTube. Oh, yeah, that's the account I'm apparently. I think I have one YouTube video there about a learning languages app. We'll see if the TTS reads it. It's supposed to. Didn't stream about start? It's very started, and also the countdown worked. So yeah, let's do a test message. Let's see, let's do it from OBS. So we have the right account here. So, test.
Fixit says. Test. Fixerbot says.
YouTube message from Fixit42 Live. Test.
Yeah, so it works from YouTube too. So why didn't it work for my other account? So I don't want to spend more time on this, but I'll just do a quick test message here. And since we have
YouTube message from Learning, just for fun, testing.
So I'm thinking, why was the previous message not read? Was it because it was a Twitch link and YouTube is like censoring it somehow? Very interesting. Very interesting. So I'm just thinking, why is this? It is muted there. Oh, whatever. Let's continue. So we're going to start watching this. Since I didn't see it all at the start and didn't take any notes at the end, so we'll watch it all today too. And just to double check that we have, let's get the notes up. Acronyms. We might get more acronyms. might get more stuff like that too. So let's add a. Right, I want OBS on top so I can see what screen I'm on. So I want a new note here called day 3. And there doesn't seem to be like any different topics or anything like specially, so I'll just go for this. It's a bit long to have it all in one, you know. There's a lot of scrolling. If you hop between notes, it kind of scrolls to the top again. Some of the time. Well, let's get the folders up too. So, well, let's open this note. Oh, this folder. There, and I believe that maybe here somewhere I made a shortcut. Labs, yeah, so this one, we want to open it in a new window. So this is where we have all the note files. We cloned them from the repo. So we can continue just moving the labs they use there. Though we could actually look at all of them anyway, but well, there are more than one. So let's actually start this one and let's get started with the notes.
What is you doing?
I guess
I had to start it. It takes a while on the back end. I can start it.
I'm going to eat my lunch while I'm listening, and I'll speed it up just as yesterday. And especially this is just a bit of a chat at the start, but I haven't heard this one, so.
Coming in, joining us from wherever you're joining us from. Looks like people are rolling into Zoom. Welcome back to day 3, getting started in security with BHIS and MITRE ATT&CK with Patterson Tate. Hello, everyone. Patterson
I still don't know what
BHIS
BHIS
every day.
is.
Every day is a piece of
Every
cake.
day is a piece of cake when you're with Patterson.
That's right.
Look, you should trademark that. I'm telling you. I've got ideas.
There's so many opportunities there, really.
I know, there is. Just so many. Good morning, Jeff.
Time to Google
Jeff
it.
or Joff. Is it Jeff or Joff? You need to... You never know. I think it's Jeff. Jeff S. Maybe. Good night. Oh. Happy time zone. Happy time zone, everyone.
Okay, so it's a company.
We figured out on Monday,
Okay.
we had people from all over the globe.
Yeah, we're a little diverse.
Yeah. Us East Coasters, you know.
Including me here in the backstage,
Right.
down here in Brazil.
Oh, you were in Brazil?
Are you in Brazil?
Yeah, in Brazil.
Oh, I didn't know you were in Brazil. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So what time is it there?
It's 12. 12:50.
Oh, you're on East. Okay.
Yep.
So you're in Eastern. See, it's so weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
So weird. Like, you think, you know, different country, they've got to be a different time zone. So, and you're in East Tennessee. Tennessee doesn't have 2 time zones, does it? That's all Eastern. Does it?
It has 2.
Yeah.
Yep,
you
just to
cross
confuse
the
everybody.
line. Yeah. Yeah. That must be so weird if you like live like right on the line. Like you could jump time zones, like literally.
Totally. That is not the kind of confusion or complexity I need in my life.
I know. Yeah, my sister lives in Florida and she lives in Central Time. It's so
Oh
weird.
yeah. Like, is she in the Panhandle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're so excited because I usually drive to visit her. So you're so excited. You're like, yeah, I'm in Florida. But then it's like another freaking 6 hours. You have to go to Florida and take a right. And it's like,
Yeah, Florida. When we went to Florida spring break one year, I felt the same way. I was like, oh, we're in Florida. It was my first time.
Yeah.
We went to Palm Beach, which is
Yeah.
down south.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, oh, we're almost there. We're good.
Yeah.
It was such a long trip once we got into Florida.
I know. Florida is like, I used to live in the Keys. So
Oh, okay.
like you get to Florida and you're like not even halfway there
Not even
yet.
close. Mm-hmm.
It's not fun. So welcome in, everybody. People are still rolling in. Hopefully everyone's well rested and ready for day 3. Getting started. In
Wait, is well rested a requirement?
no, not for the instructor. For the students, yes. We want you to be completely unrested and chaotic.
Haggard. Yeah, I will give it my all and be completely out by 3:15 tomorrow.
Yeah.
45 minutes of ask me nothing.
Yes. Yeah. That's a good idea. Of course, my dog decides to bark. Like right at the beginning. She's so bad. I have a basset hound, and she actually made our neighborhood's Facebook page. And so, that's usually never a good thing. Like if somebody mentions your dog on the neighborhood Facebook page, but everybody was like, I just love seeing that basset hound. She's so, she's so funny. She's so
Minute
cute at the
Dodge
castle."
4
And I was like, oh
says,
my gosh, you guys live with her.
best
She's so
viewers
to everybody
on
else. So kind of like
web
your kids,
link.
right?
Available for adoption.
Fixerbot
Yeah.
says,
Okay, so
I was
nobody
like,
clicked
"Yeah,
Time to
let's
move
go
it, move
to
it.
to, like, help
5
help
high
them
jumps redeemed.
Bailey, my basset
Hi,
hound, Stone.
Gregor.
You know you're in East Tennessee when you have a neighborhood pig. Yeah.
Oh, you have a pig in your
Literally, we have a neighborhood pig, and every house has a different name for the neighborhood pig. I'm not sure anybody knows who exactly owns the neighborhood pig.
So is it like a domesticated pig that just
Yeah.
walks around and hangs
Yep.
out? Or?
Yep. It's actually adorable and super
Sure.
social until it decides to grub in your lawn, and
Yes.
then you don't feel loving, caring feelings anymore.
Goaku says,
Right. So it just
What
walks
is
around
best
and doesn't have, like, a
viewers?
collar on and stuff, and
I
so
clicked
knows where
on
it
that
lives.
link.
No, I think we're highly suspect
Yeah,
because
right.
there's the house down the hill and there's
Feels
a
like
lot of
links
stock.
probably
Nobody's pretty certain, but
something
you're a little afraid if you wander into their yard with their pig, one of you will get shot.
Right.
I could
They're just kind of
remove
big.
those messages, I guess, but I have
Yes.
to.
That's closer. They need bacon. That's fine.
So.
Bacon burgers. Who
Fixerbot
doesn't love pig, right?
says,
Yeah.
Time
yeah.
to
They're
move it,
certainly
move
cute.
it. 5 table push-ups
this woman
redeemed.
know how to
Goaku
a
says,
potbelly pig, I guess is what they're called, right?
Going
And
to
it
do
was
push-ups
huge. It
too.
was supposed to be a lot smaller than it
Yeah.
was. It eventually got to be. But it was
Okay,
it was
I'll
so
start with the
smart, like,
push-ups.
it was
so
really
my
smart.
tummy had
It was.
a bit of time to get
Yeah,
this
At one
done.
point, our neighborhood pig came onto our porch, knocked all of the patio furniture, chair cushions into a corner, and made herself a bed and was sprawled out on the cushions on the ground. Like, who does that?
Yeah.
And maybe
Yeah.
I'm listening
neighborhood
to
pig.
this.
Yeah,
They're
obviously.
just talking about
That sounds like
stuff.
something that a pig would do.
Yep.
Because they're smart. Happy affiliate anniversary? What does that mean? Oh, I guess maybe we've been, or Twitch has been.
Oh,
You gotta get the Twitch thing, yeah.
Neighborhood pig is better than neighborhood alligator. I hadn't ever really
Yes.
thought about that, but that
Yeah,
makes pretty good
that's
sense.
what you mean.
Yes.
Perfect sense.
Or neighborhood shark if you're in Florida now, because it seems like there's sharks. Like my sister, she travels all summer, but I've
They-
been
you
sitting
get
here, I've
that
been seeing like,
message
there's been
automatically.
sharks at her her beach where she lives.
I actually have a
So,
bit of training.
like
10
I think
push-ups
from
done.
yesterday. I didn't do 10, did I?
No, really? See K-Hole. They've been putting alligators. But alligators couldn't survive in Lake Michigan, could they?
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I did haha.
Oh,
I'm
right.
skepticals for that one.
Mm-hmm.
So now I did
Well,
10.
it looks like people are still rolling in,
don't
but we
leave
are
it
coming
on the
up
table.
close here to get ready and start the class.
Ah,
If you
so
want
usually
to,
I can do it.
make sure that we already did the,
I feel like
make sure that
I'm
you can share your screen. So I think we're good there. Yeah, W9 ball. I agree. I think that it's too cold for Lake Michigan.
and
I
I'm
live in
used to
I'll tell you
it,
right now.
so.
No, I don't live up here.
Daryl's like, oh no, I
No,
gotta move.
And
no,
it's
we're not
kind
gonna
of
let that-
a
we're not gonna let that
bit
fly.
colder. It's raining.
All right, well, we'll go backstage and let you go ahead and get started. Are you ready, sir?
Ready,
All right.
willing and able.
All right, we'll be around. We won't leave you.
Excellent.
Have you been streaming all week? I thought you
All
streamed
right,
earlier.
welcome. I almost said good morning.
Not
I guess not
today.
quite. Maybe morning for some of you. Truthfully, it's been
I
just
stream
a tiny bit of a challenging morning in the wonderful world of IT and InfoSec, and I'll
Mondays
share my
and
travails because that's the
Wednesdays,
tiniest possibility that
uh,
they will impact you this morning.
It's in the morning.
It's Wednesday, and so Tuesday,
I
for better or
moved
for
the
worse,
mic, I
automatic distribution of
realized.
patches. So I came in this morning to, of course, find that my machine rebooted, my VM
So-
rebooted, the class VM
Oh, there. Ooh, I don't know how many I did. I should have switched pants. Well, they're stretchy jeans at least, but they're a bit warm. There. So, yeah, Mondays and Wednesdays I stream at about 8 my time. Or I have at least. We'll see if I change times now when my kids... I might do afternoon all days now. When it's summer break, you know. Maybe. And then Tuesday, Thursday, Friday afternoon 3. It's a usual thing. So it's been so many weeks now. It's like just normal life. So today will be hard to manage all the time things because there's Gar's event at I might be 21, maybe 20. This starts at 18. And then there's also cyber insecurity starting streaming. I don't know exactly what time it is. But it might be like 22 or something, I don't know. Maybe earlier. So 3 things I want to watch. And one of them I want to practice before or start before, and that's Gar's event. So, and I want to have this done before for that stream. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't have my water up. I'll have to go get my water. Only yogurt in my throat, so that's not a... That's kind of slimy. So, I'll just hop into the right place here. Yeah, so this is today's event. And it's a TryHackMe one, so let's open it up. So I have it up. And I just started this a tiny bit. I just did the end map. And then my kids, it was his birthday, you know, yesterday, so I just stopped streaming when he wanted me. But he and his brother was playing, so I thought, well, why not stream a bit longer, you know? And right. Annie. So there's Annie. So I will be doing this one at the end bit of the stream, but I will be doing this first. So this is one of these no odd questions, just user and root. Do you do your recon? Go for some vulnerability research. Exploit this box already. Also, don't forget to Privask, of course. Very nice instructions. Nothing odd or messy here. So, we'll start this later. And for now, we don't even have a VM or anything. We can close this one. And then for Friday, this event starts, this Y-Shock thing. So I'm very interested in what this is. We'll see. And this is at my local time. It's the same time here, 18, my time. I think I'm starting to learn the PM and AM, but never quite sure of them. But I know this is not in 6 in the morning Swedish time, so it's 18, and then we have it's the 2030. And I think I added it to my calendar already. But the thing here is it's not from 6 to 8 here in their time kind of thingy. It's from the 14th to the 21st, so it's a full week. 7 days, 8 days, right? Oh, that sounds like a crazy thing. Week free training and assessment badge. Well, I don't know more about this really. 6 days. Oh, here's it 15 to 20. Here's it 14th. So, and also 21. So which one is it? So either it's starting 14th or 15th, and it's ending 20th or 21st. We don't know. And it also says 6 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 6 days in their thing. So, could they have this? No, it's supposed to be my local time. Badge assessment free. Okay, so you can take some kind of test the 21st, and probably the 14th they just talk about it, I don't know. Anyway, this will be interesting. I want to know more of Wireshark, definitely. 495 people clicked here on LinkedIn to join it at least. Let's get started. I've already been talking about nothing for a bit here, right? 20 minutes. Almost 20 minutes. So I noticed he took this up. I wasn't really listening
Course
to
find that my machine
the
rebooted, and
chatter.
so to impact you this morning. Not quite.
And let you go ahead.
So I'll go get my water before, because I won't be able to talk. Linus, det är bara att knäcka på om du vill något, vet du. So, let's see. There. I brought that to work, so let's wait what's downstairs. So, what's out? Have an Oreo too. I thought I'd take something a bit snacksy. Let's just start it now.
And get started. Are you ready, sir?
Ready,
All right.
willing and able.
All right, we'll be around. We won't leave you.
Excellent. All right, welcome. I almost said good morning. I guess not quite. Maybe morning for some of you. Truthfully, it's been just a tiny bit of a challenging morning in the wonderful world of IT and InfoSec, and I'll share my travails because there's the tiniest possibility that they will impact you this morning.
So I'm thinking I will make screenshots and stuff. So I need to start actually share it because I don't have it running already. But I do not need to type like labels. This is needed. Discard. Should I stop Discord? Probably. So I got the name of this one. The event itself, it is in Discord here, the event one. So, and its start is at 21, so I know that's good. Yeah. So when I actually am at the event, I want to focus on seeing what smart tricks Gar is using. So then I don't want to be
Cocaine One
thinking about it
PT says,
myself. Hi.
"Hey, what we doing here?"
Hi, welcome back. Yeah, so this is day 3 of this Get Started with Security, but it's lots of blue stuff I don't know. Like, I didn't know, this is apparently the company name. I also had to Google, it might have been some kind of term I didn't know. Anyway, it's lots of interesting stuff. And you need to know it all right, you can't just go for the other side. Yeah, and also they've been, there's been a few other things too, like avoiding detection thingies, because it's detecting and then you have to also avoid it. And there's labs and stuff. So, this is what I'll be doing first, and then we will do this a little bit later. So I think this, I don't watch it full speed or at...
But do you work as a blue team or you just have curiosity about it?
No, I want to learn I'm looking for a job in like pen testing red team. That's what I'm going for. But you still need to know, like, if you're going to write a report and give people tips about what to fix, how to fix a problem, you need to know the blue stuff too, right? Can't just focus on one thing. Yeah, so I'm not really, the blue team side is not what I'm most interested in. But I still need to know it.
Kinda.
Yeah. Yeah, kinda. Yeah. So I saw someone like writing a report.
For
For a
reports, there are a
pen
lot of
test.
stuff pre-built.
Okay. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, it's free and it's simple, and you get some kind of certificate at the end. So.
I work as a blue teamer and trying to move into red teaming.
Cool. And there's this also. I don't know if it starts Friday or if it starts 15th, 14th or 15th, and 20th or 21st. And there's also some free certified enterprise Wireshark badge you can get if you take this assessment. So it might be interesting for more people. Maybe you know all of this already. I haven't used Wireshark that much, so a bit. Right, so what else do I need to do? I think I'll just start and have my notes ready, so I have that. Yeah, we're all ready to get started. If you don't have anything else you want to talk about, we can just listen to this, but I'll just pause if anyone want to talk about something. Right, I was going to start my my ShareX, so yeah, I started it yesterday. I updated it. I had a very old version.
It's good to know Wireshark for sure, but I think red team toolset are more relevant to be familiar with.
Yeah.
Go for it. I will watch from here, tongue.
Thanks. So one thing I should probably do, because I noticed yesterday I had lots of images. Like all the screenshots I took was saved as images. I don't want it to save them. So this I should do first. It'll probably not take that long. Should have done this after stream, or I'll just skip it today too. Well, let's just skip it. And let's maximize this one. And let's get started here. So I'm actually going to start with making a screenshot of this. And this is kind of, we don't need this.
Can I suggest you one of the best guys to learn Wireshark equals?
I have looked at some dude on YouTube, but it was a bit like too much for starting. I've used it a bit, but just please give me suggestions. That's lovely. I want to know all the things, you know. But the bad part with videos, it takes time, you know. Reading is much faster. Okay,
Chris Greer.
Let's check it out.
You know him.
We'll see if I recognize it. I think the person that I had.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, so probably, because I was going to say I saw someone on David Bumble's had something about Wireshark. Yeah, this is a dude. I started watching a few of the things, but I think it's like both too slow and too not pedagogical, maybe. I don't know. You have to start from the start if you want to teach something to someone who doesn't know it. If they already know it a lot and use it in their like daily work or something, then you could start. Not at the start, but I started with this like get started, you know, and it was like, okay, I have to know stuff before this. Maybe I'll get it now, but it was not the right level for me then. And also, I don't want details on videos. You can read details, you know, better and Google them. What you want to know, right?
Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
so we'll see. Maybe I'll watch them later, but I have them in my link somewhere, so I don't have to save it again. So I'm going to maximize this one again, and I already screenshotted this cute extra stuff.
Wednesday, and so Tuesday, for better or for worse, automatic distribution of patches. So I came in this morning to, of course, find that my machine rebooted, my VM rebooted, the class VM rebooted. I thought no harm, no foul, I'll just fire it up, revert to snapshot. Snapshot was corrupt. Reimported the VM, found that all the nested
4
virtualization
hours
issues that, of course,
video.
I, like the rest of you, tackled.
Amused.
There are labs that are 20 and 30 minutes that we just skipped to. 3 labs, right? Yeah. So the first one here is 20. And also there's a bit on the end where it's just chatting. So from like, oh, this is 30 minutes, the last one. So from here it's nothing. Yeah. Because he said that he will start today talking about after the lab. So it's just like people's questions.
Days ago were all reborn and revisited.
So.
Microsoft in their infinite wisdom re-enabled core isolation and virtualization-based security, and for the love of all things holy, at least now I'm getting better at it, but I had to re-import my VM, I had to go through all the steps of disabling the virtualization-based
Getting their
components of my
VM
operating
started
system.
was a mess.
Yeah, big fun, and I should have known better. I don't know, any Jocko fans in the house, I should have known better than to wear my good shirt this morning, because it kept haunting me. Like, all of these things are an opportunity. Every adversity is an opportunity to learn, grow, and overcome. I'm like, I hate this shirt. In any case, here we are. I hope that you don't suffer the same travails this morning. If you do, then fight through it. Our wonderful support folk are available in the Discord tech support channel. And yeah, I grow increasingly frustrated with the automated, unsolicited changes to my Windows environment. As a digital forensics and incident response consultant, I really need to be super familiar with Windows, like it or not, love it, hate it, doesn't matter. 98% of the incidents I've worked involve Windows on some level or another, and in many ways I'm a fan. I hate to say it, that's countercultural, but by the same token, it's like every day I pop into my Windows 11 enterprise environment and something has changed, something's added, the Copilot, the AI, etc., etc., etc. And you didn't even ask me, and then you don't even make it easy for me to make it go away. So I'm curious. As the day progresses, if you're willing, I'm seriously would be interested in your input. If for those of you with some familiarity, if you were going to recommend that your mother, your aunt, your uncle, your grandfather were going to switch away from Windows to an alternate desktop operating system, namely some variation of Linux, because Mac's is too expensive for my uncle and my aunt, what would you suggest? Where would you go? And at some point, I'm going to have to probably move that direction, kicking and screaming. I use Linux all the time. It's not my primary operating system, though. I'm just usually a tool set, etc. So seriously, fascinated to know, Callie. Yeah, of course, you would say that. In any case, so that's enough about my morning travails. Let's jump in. One other quick goofy logistical note. I don't know if you're familiar, and this is not a sponsor, although if they want to sponsor, we could probably work.
He's just saying it's water forever.
Water. Don't you love the personal journey? I mean, day 3 is, yeah, exactly. Loki says, whatever gets you through the day. I mean, who knows what's actually in this can, but day 3. We've come a long way in the last couple days, and we've got 2 days remaining. We're over the midpoint, starting now, officially, and as I'm sure you are well aware, we are on an adventure together to try and identify some of the most valuable security critical controls that you can implement in your environment, practically, realistically, again, art of the possible, trying to make some forward progress, not perfect, not flawless, but each of these components, based on real-world experience, can be applied in your environment to great effect, to great impact. And we've been staring at the MITRE attack matrix, and we've
Tell
been
me
through
if I'm
if we implement
doing it too
what impact
quickly.
will
I
that
know
have?
some
Will that
people
make
don't
drive-by
know
downloads
English
much more
very
difficult, much less likely to occur? And the answer is yes. And then password controls and egress traffic analysis and UEBA, and we talked a little bit about logging along the way, and we're just about halfway there. And honestly, if we stop right now, heck, if we stopped with application allow listing from a directory structure, I'm here to tell you again experientially, active incident response in the last 6 months, that would be a significant improvement in your security posture. That's all you did. That's all you did. Not suggesting you stop there, but we are indeed making some forward progress. And so today we're going to continue that adventure. We're going to tie up yesterday's conversation talking about UEBA and Windows logging and some of the shortfalls and failures. And yesterday we introduced, of course, the idea of Sysmon as a potential solution to the challenges of managing logging on your Windows endpoints. And as promised, we're going to jump right into a lab this morning and get your brain, fingers, hands working. And then from there we're going to transition
Kenny
to
2007
as
says,
a digital forensics and incident response consultant, primarily near and dear to my
sheep
heart.
viewers
One of the most
on,
important categories I think
web
that we'll talk
link.
about together this week.
So maybe I should do
Alright,
something
see if I can
about
find it.
these.
My next slide point. So, as per usual,
I'm
let's do
actually
the-
going to take a quick break in that and actually copy this message because there's so many of these. These are already 2 today. I think I only had 1 yesterday, but still. Let's just quickly look here if we can. I'll just see if it'll be if StreamerBot can remove the message. YouTube chat message. I don't have one for Twitch, I think. So I could just add a new one and we'll see. So spam. So sorry, but this felt kinda annoying. Having 2. So Twitch, chat message, And let's see if it has something mathematical. We'll have to do code, of course. Everything else is so annoying. So cph.obs, and we'll see what all of these are quickly. So do we have Twitch, like delete message here? Twitch. Delete chat message. So let's make an if here, and I'm going to have to save this because we can't have two open in this horrible program. Well, it's great, but it's also bad. But it's better than nothing. So I think I have a chat one here already. So I'm just going to copy this, so I don't have to type that again. Yeah, and I even have an if here, so let's just copy. And let's go back to the Twitch chat spam, and I always double click that by mistake. So there. Of course we could have this right there then. Though it could be nice for debugging, but I think this will just work anyway. So we don't want it equals. So syntax for specific languages. So C# string compare. I don't remember it, so I'll just Google it. String compare. The other one said with examples. Let's click the with example one instead. I just want one example. String compare. Int result, I assume the position. So -1. Yeah. Okay, so it compares them in order. That's not what I want. I want like in the string. Let's do that instead. In the string. So contains, that sounds better. So contains string comparison. Right? Strings value, string conversion, string comparison style. Okay, so we can do advanced things. Yeah, example s1.contains. Yeah, that works too. Okay. Bool. Nice. We want a bool. So this is what we want. Let's just quickly do this. Message. I'll paste it here. And we just got one dot, right? And now we got a 1 too. Message S1. Messages apparently suddenly, you know. Okay, so I copied something else. I'll have to copy the message that annoys me. So let's have the 2 there. This bit. We need a semicolon, and we need the ID. This is not a good editor. We can't just do dot. Unfortunately. But account to do it. I don't think that's necessary probably. So let's just quickly Google this one too. Sorry. Okay.
Cocaine 1 PT says, don't you need a var to store the result of contains? I won't return -1 or other value after comparison.
It returns true or false, but we might need parentheses there. Let's do, we'll see. I'll look at it when I'm done. We're just looking for the variable, so it's not in here because why were those there? Twitch delete chat message. Oh, let's just search for it. Twitch delete chat message. I did find this in mine, so why? Oh, this is annoying. Let's look back here. So I have another place to search. That might be better, but this will probably help. We can just look at the message variable. We have a better way. Let's do this. So let's do semicolon / here, so it's not doing anything. It contains. No, it's finished, because this is a function or a method of this object, you know, of the string. String class contains this one, and this will return a bool. So it's correct. We don't need to add anything. Let's just compile. Let's see, where did it expect a semicolon? Return true. Not all code path return a value. Yeah. I thought that this would work. Oh, look, there's a start parenthesis. That's a problem. I copied the line, so we just had one line, so I intended not to run one of parenthesis. So what was I going to do? I was going to test run this one. Now it doesn't do anything, and then we can look here at this, the action history, and we have this here, and also it activates. But it was empty before, so it didn't have any contents until now. So the message here, here's the message ID. So we just get the message ID. It's also a string, definitely. So MSG ID is a message ID. This is much better. We don't have to mess about with help. We can just find it. Alright. My god, click here instead. So I could also use just args.toString.contains. This one in here, but it will be harder to read. And I always go for the readability. That's the best way. And this is supposed to be this thing. So let's actually copy this one. And what was it called? MSG ID, right? is it ID capitals? And then we call this one MSG ID. Let's try lowercase and we'll see if it works. And then we can do MSG ID because this is some kind of other special variable type. There. And let's see if I'll actually copy this message. And it's compiled. And instead of just test running it, we can test run it, but it will not have the expected message, you know. So test. This message I'm sending now should be deleted if it is
Fixit says,
fully correct, but I don't think it is.
Sheep viewers on, web link.
So it didn't work. There is a log, we can debug stuff, but I think it's a variable error. You know, I didn't know the name of the variable. So it's capital I. I think I can copy as just copy maybe. This, you know, it's not dark mode either. I'm not in love with it. So let's paste here. I think this might do better because it's definitely key sensitive, right? So, and also we don't get any errors, you know. I could have had error handling in there, but it's just a quick test. So let's copy the last one. And alright, I failed copying. I'll have to try copying it again. Copy, paste, and this will not be
Sheep
red.
viewers on, web
It was
link.
red. It was red, and this should have been executed, and it failed the test because what? Input escaped, raw input. Message stripped. U.2. Yeah, so the message seemed to be an okay variable to use. What we can do is to actually output this quickly to chat. And then if this doesn't work, I won't take any more of the stream time for it. And I'll look at it after stream. Because I don't think we usually have like one a stream, or one every third stream, or one a week. And now we had 2 already, so I got a bit annoyed at it. So, what did I copy? The message. Like I couldn't type that. CPH. I always check up there. I know the cph.obs pops up all the functions. And I think it's just send message. So I could have just done send message. And the bot bit we don't need. And the message is, of course, this time is actually message. Which is kind of funny. Especially that I misspelled it, right? So first let's confirm that we got the data. MSG ID. I'm calling it lowercase. Compile, save and compile, test trigger. We should get 2 messages. That's the funniest one. Infinite loop. Disable it. We got a lot of messages here. I'm just scrolling up to the top one. So this is a test whisper. Oh, that's so funny. And it's still going there. The chat had to catch up. So, create infinite loops, it works, but... yeah, so... we got both messages sent to chat. And the formatting seems to be definitely its strings. They are being... it's able to catch them. That was just a bit funny. So... I'm going to do this. So there, and if test, okay. And this is a test of the contains function. If you get an infinite one again, at least I remember that I should just right click and disable, right? So this is a test. I'm not sure this is the best comparison function. Let's sure these have stopped. I said this is a test. We get an infinite loop because it will also have a test in it, right? So let's make that one an actual exact match, not contains. So equals equals, we only do this for test, right? Then we will only have one output. But it will still be a loop, infinite loop. So let's just send the message ID, but we don't need this anymore. It worked, right? We have both the ID and that printed, meaning so far the code is running. So I don't think contains is the right one, actually. Let's just do sheep. Maybe this is too complex for the... and also maybe this is expecting a regex, and that's why it doesn't work with the slash. So normal characters could probably work, right? So let's do the sheep. Also, I should do more things if it's a regex, and maybe use another function. So lost test, normal chat message, nothing, and then we do sheep. And it wasn't deleted either. So let's just first check. I did enable it. No, I didn't. Which totally explains everything. So I didn't see it deleted. So this function here is probably not working. So I'll just disable this for now, and I'll continue later because I don't want to take all stream of this. I could just search for a better function, but let's not do it now because time flies.
Just a real quick walkthrough together. We'll talk about what this lab looks like. I'll give you the 20 minutes or so to jump in, spend some time
It's
looking
going
at this. This is
to
new
go
to you. I think
through
you're
the
realizing
lab.
Sysmon has been around a long time. Very, very practical. Maybe another one of those challenging conversations that you have with enterprise IT, but it's worth it. And it is something that, as per several conversations we've had so far, that you can probably pretty easily do a proof of concept, proof of value. The price of
Okay, so
Sysmon is
it's
free.
just
Remember
a
we talked about
tiny
yesterday
bit, and
that
then there's another
basically Sysmon
one.
extends the Windows event logs to be what we've always wished and hoped they would be. You can acquire this directly from Microsoft. All you need to do is install the executable, accept the user agreement, and then provide a configuration file. And there are multiple options for that.
So the
Switch on security,
Sysmon seems to
often,
be a good
top of
tool.
the short list. Sysmon modular as well.
Do you
Those are
use
the two I think that most often come to mind. I think I have. Can I grab these links? I'm sure you have these somewhere else. Let me see if I can share these because nope, I can't. I'll come back to that. Sorry, I have links for both of those that are GitHub repos with those Sysmon configuration files, and that of course is an important component.
So it's going to go through
All right.
the lab.
Again, as per usual, this is old hat. We're in the intro class on the navigation page. We're going to scroll down to intro to security, and we're going to hop onto the Sysmon entry maybe now more than ever, since we had, at least I had some travails yesterday with firewalls turning on and security patches being applied, we want to make sure that AV is disabled. You're going to open a terminal as administrator. If you have trouble with that, you may have trouble today and have not had trouble the last couple days. So just a friendly reminder that the instructions for getting to these prompts discreetly are available to you in the lab. Hopefully you can launch terminal as admin without any issues. If you do, obviously we're going to pop over to WSL. We are going to do ifconfig on our embedded WSL system, looking for the IP address. Remember, your IP will be slightly different than, of course, the lab documentation, so make note of the IP revealed by ifconfig. And then this will seem a little bit familiar territory. We're going to become root. We're going to create a malicious executable. We're going to copy that executable over to our Windows file system. We're going to open a new Ubuntu terminal, once again become root, set up Metasploit like we've done previously, paying careful attention that we choose the right exploit, the right payload, set our the lhost IP address to your Windows, your Linux IP address, run exploit, recognize that all that's going to do is sit there and wait for inbound connections from the malware once it's executed. And then we're going to pop over to command prompt again, move over to tools. We're going to confirm that sysmon is in place. It should already be in place, so you should get a message that says this is already installed and registered. If not, obviously it will install and register. And as promised, this is the executable. You are using a command switch. If you don't use this, you just get a little pop-up dialog for accepting the end-user license agreement. So this is just a shortcut key from doing that. And then we're going to tell it to use the sysmon config file that we've already provided. And once again, this should say already done, but if not, we're just confirming. Now that we know sysmon is running, proper configuration file, then we'll move again to the tool, make sure we're in the tools directory, and then we're going to execute our malicious package. We're going to hopefully then pop back to Ubuntu and see that we have successfully gained a interpreter shell from Linux to Windows, and then we're going to see, hopefully, visualize, experience the value or some of the value of sysmon. We'll head over, remember, to Event Viewer, Application and Service Logs, Windows, Microsoft, and Windows. You were going to figure that out regardless. And then head to sysmon operational and see what you can see. See the extended value that we've added, created by just that singular simple command versus, if you recall from yesterday, the multiplicity of steps that we had to do to potentially log command line logging for Windows native functionality. And this is pretty cool. I'm going to talk a little bit, once we step through this a long version, I'll talk a little bit more about what this means and why we care and the value specifically of the hashes on the process create. So if that's not real familiar or real clear to you, especially if you're new to this, then hang tight. We'll come back together and talk about that in just a minute. So we're gonna throw 20 minutes on the clock. This is again about a 15-minute lab, generally speaking. So give us a chance to refill your coffee, refresh your juice, grab some more bacon, some liquid death, whatever works for you, and we'll reconvene in 20 minutes. We'll do a slow walkthrough of this together and talk a little bit more about the intrinsic value and honestly, we're gonna come back to this lab a little bit later today as well. So let's do 20 minutes and let's go ahead and get started on this lab. We'll be hanging out in Discord if you have issues.
So I'm not going to do the lab. The timer is started here. Let's just read the stuff that's not just testing. So one of the attachments is not found, which is odd because I copied them all, but it might be in the naming there. So let's open this again, check attachments, clipboard 2020, they're all 2012. 06, 12. It's not the same format, really. So we need the name. This is annoying. I was like, oh, this is the file names, because they're dates also. But then I realized this is the last modified and create date. I wanted the full file name to pop up. So 0612. 0612? 06? No, here. 12. 10. 1038 20. So no 20 here. So I just deleted the files that we didn't move. So let's undo that. I might have to clone it again otherwise. Yeah, the last change was the file name. And the second change was... yeah, so... So my kid's asking, wait. Yes, Loven. God morgon. Vad bra. Vill du ha yoghurt? Vill du ha det på en gång? Du ska inte vänta lite? Vill du ha en puss? Vad skönt att du har sovit länge och bra. Så bra när du sover i säng. Jag är så glad att du har sovit. So one of my kids just woke up, so I'll be right back. I'll just get him a bowl of yogurt. There, I'm back. Oh, so all of the time passed. So all of the time we were going to skip, I kind of missed her. So, why these files? Yeah, so I said, let me decide. And these look the same, they have the same file name, you know? So if we take continue, we still have the same files. So if we take move here and skip the ones that are the same, so looks kind of funny. Well, I'll just look at it later in that case. So let's just open the thing, which is this, and just make sure that I understood it. Just check for the IP. Yeah, so we make it trustme.exe. Okay. The reverse TCP meter breeder listener. Oh, and he's back already.
Hey there. Wow, my on-screen timer just got all wiggy on me. So sorry, I was confused for a second, for a very long second, as it were. All right, all welcome back.
Yeah, I think
Obviously,
I'll
jump right
go
into
through
Spotlight
it
today. If
now,
you just
so
joined
I
us, if you're
could
just rolling
just
in,
skip
no
it
worries.
anyway.
Yeah, the timer seems a little goofy, but such is life, and onward and upward. And we started off today with me complaining just a little bit about some of the trials and travails of IT InfoSec, and I do not mean in any way to minimize any challenges, struggles that anyone's having in this lab or getting the VM running. It is just, I'm telling you, part and parcel of this life, if you will, of this adventure is troubleshooting, is a resilient methodology, and is approaching challenges as an opportunity to learn and grow. And like it or else, some days I have tons of tolerance for that. Other days I'm like, I just want it to work, and so you may find yourself at either end of that spectrum, which of course brings me back to a recurring theme, and that is how much I appreciate the folk and tech support channel that are helping come alongside. I just need that, basically, that tech support channel in my life all the time, truth be told. So thank you again, and thank you for wrestling with this stuff. Yeah, technology is awesome. I hate it. I love it. I hate it. I love it. And away we go. So let's step through this lab together. First lab of the day. I'm a little fear interpretation because I know a few of you had some struggles. You know, the simple fact, and this is a recurring theme for me in incident response, is this, the devil's in the details, and usually the details are syntax. So paying particular. Oh wow. Now I get to listen to myself talking to myself. Very long. That's not good for anybody. All right, welcome back. I'm going to jump right into the lab today. If you just joined us, I'm having a tiny technical challenge. But wow. All right, that is a first for me. Somehow I'm accidentally streaming and listening to myself stream while streaming. It's like this weird inversion. Moving right along. Yeah, see? I mean, I should never talk about technical challenges, am I right? Like, stop. Just stop it. Steamception, yes. I never wanted to listen to myself or see myself in the first place, so... As it were. Sysmon. Let's wrestle with Sysmon together. Let's see how we do. I think it'll be fun. All right, I have not done this yet today. I won't do this every single lab, but I'm going to do it to just make sure, because, we've had enough going on, and red is good. That should already be disabled. I'm going to do Control-L to kill that, to clear that screen, because that makes me happy inside. We're going to open terminal as administrator once again. Again, if you're having any issues running that as administrator, don't panic, don't worry. You can visit the start menu. You can start searching for a Ubuntu, for example, and then run as administrator. Terminal is just an easy way to get there, but you can get to PowerShell, command line, and Ubuntu all straight from start if you need to. That is, of course, the beginning of your lab. So I'm going to open Ubuntu, WSL, off to a good start. I'm going to do ifconfig and pay attention to my address. This is so critical, and this is one of the things about MSF Vim and MSF Console that in some instances some other C2 frameworks are easier. You got to get this right. So basically, we're going to create an executable, and we're going to embed the callback address in that executable. And if it's not matching your attacker system, then things don't go well. And this is one of those that I confess I get wrong now and again, and so really got to pay careful attention. Another huge challenge, and this is real life. I'm a creature of habit. Not that you would necessarily name your output executable trustme.exe, but you might, and you might have an internal naming convention, and it becomes a little challenging to manage your executable components, making sure you're using the right one. So I'm a huge fan of naming that executable, at least for testing in labs, as something that's meaningful relative to the handlers, the IP, the port, whatever makes sense to you. Note the IP address, in this case, 172.31.44.190. We're going to move to root ADHD. And then I'm going to copy and paste for the sake of time, energy, and typos. This is a tremendous thing to document. If you're actually doing some testing, if you're stepping through this in any kind of production capacity or production environment, or truthfully even a learning environment, document the actual command syntax that you used to create this executable. A great way to keep track and to make sure that you've done the right thing. We're paying careful attention to the syntax. I'm going to right-click, hopefully just to paste that. Oh man, that did not work. I'm not going to do that. Forgot I copied and pasted the command. Let's get rid of this. Then I'll go back and get my IP address. We're typing as a challenge today, so copy and paste is nice. Verify. Do we have the right payload? Looks like it. This needs to match what we're about to configure in MSF console. Do we have the right L host? Should be our local IP address. Our listening port 444 executable. Looks good. Match enter. Hopefully all is right in the world. While we're waiting for that, I got a question in Zoom. An attendee missed some of the original streams. Welcome. I'm glad you could join us, Deljeet, and no worries, no problem at all. If you're looking to get a certificate of completion, then I will let Megan chime in. I can't remember exactly how you do that, but she's in charge and on top of that for sure. So welcome. Yeah, you can catch up. I should mention, honestly mention this a minute ago. One of my favorite things about this particular situation scenario is you can download the VM that's yours to keep in perpetuity. The labs are freely available on GitHub, so you can do them again tomorrow and next week and 3 weeks from next Tuesday. We walk through the lab update process a couple times, so you can, even as we change and improve these, you can keep going through them, keep learning, which is pretty cool. All right, so let's head over to our temp directory. Let's take a look at the file we just created. It has a current date and timestamp, which is good. It has bigger than a 0 byte file size, which is good. So now we're going to copy this to C tools. All right, so we've created our malicious executable. We've staged our malicious executable. Now let's open an alternate prompt. Ubuntu. We're going to once again become root ADHD. Control L to clear my screen. We're going to launch MSF console. We're going to use TACQ for quiet, so we don't have to look at the ASCII art. Seems like it should be quicker with the TACQ, but I don't know that it actually is. Okay. Here we are. Let's click console version 5. Looks like we're on track. As per usual, we're going to do use exploit multi-handler tab completion is my friend. Give it just a second. Exploit is a tiny bit of a misnomer in this case. All we're really doing is firing a flexible listener to receive the inbound connection from our malicious payload. We need for the payload setting to match what we just did in our MSF Vim command. So far so good. Did my copy paste? Yes, it still worked. Set L host. My WSL IP address needs to match the IP address from our MSF Vim command. I'm a huge fan of show options just to make sure that all looks right, port looks right, IP looks right, payload looks right. Nicely, I can do Control L from within the Metasploit console, which is handy. Exploit, which again should not do much other than start up a reverse handler. It's just hanging out listening, waiting for the connection from our malicious package. All is right in the world. We're going to do a command prompt as admin. We're going to move to the tools directory. We're going to run sysmon.
Interested that this was actually new to me.
The sysmon config export XML. Yeah, tab completion for the win. Just confirming that's right. And again, this should already be configured and running. So if you get the already registered, you're golden. You do not need to do anything else. We're just making sure that is in place and ready to go. So
enough.
And we're in the tools directory still, so we shouldn't need to back out to that. And trustme.exe for the win or the loss. And we should head back over yonder. And looks like we successfully got a interpreter prompt on our Windows system. That's good. Now we're going to open Event Viewer on our Windows host, and we're going to do We're going to expand application and service logs. Instead, we're going to expand application and service logs. Time a minute. Thank you very much. Microsoft, Windows. And as I mentioned, that's a long list, as you might have noticed. I'm just going to click in here and start typing sysmon, which should take me to sysmon. Then we're going to go to operational logs under sysmon and see what we can see. Now, this first entry, as you can see, relates to an event viewer. That's cool. It's not exactly what we're here. It's a process creation rule. I just launched the MMC, Microsoft Management Console. Neat. Nothing exciting to see there. Additional entry about event viewer. We continue to go through this process. Let's see if we can find
search for it too.
the TryHackMe executable. It's exactly what we're hoping for. This process creation is huge. When malware instantiates on an endpoint, is it likely to impact a running process and impact memory? And in fact, if it doesn't do those things, then it probably isn't accomplishing much. So this is extremely critical from an investigative perspective, from a visibility perspective, and we have additional information. Obviously, we have date and timestamp. We have associated process ID or PID, which can be useful. We can see the actual image path and the name of the executable. This is fascinating in that it might cause some question and concern. This is part and parcel of the MS output. Should you have Apache HTTP server running on this endpoint? Is this actually Apache HTTP server, etc.? This is fun, and this is not terribly uncommon, but it is particularly common for malware. If you've done malware investigations, I wouldn't be surprised at all if you've looked at a potentially malicious executable on something like a virus.
Finns det ingen? Oh, I'll have to help my kid again, but I'll start it again. I think I'll slow it down a bit now when I'm not here. Oh, it was 220.
Or some other tooling and saw multiple
I don't
names
want to go more than
recognized for
2
that
on
particular
stream.
file. See the account context, which is also significant in if we're doing an endpoint investigation and or an active incident response investigation. We absolutely want to know the context from which this was executed. In this case, ADHD, so that's another indicator, another clue for our investigative process. And then this is pretty slick. Up to this point, what do we really know about this executable? And really, we don't know much. We know what it's called. We know where it ran from. We know the username context. And we know it ran from this endpoint. And what was it? What did it do? This is often a huge, vague question, especially for active incident response. If this was all I had to go on, I have something. But imagine if I pivot over to VirusTotal and I search for TrustMe.exe. That's probably not super useful. Can't really do a lot of deep analysis. You might be tempted if you confirm this shouldn't happen. This is unauthorized executable. I don't recognize it. I don't really know what it is, but it shouldn't be here. Shouldn't be running. And so I'm going to back up to my SIEM or my EDR solution or whatever visibility tools I have. I'm going to search all of my endpoints for TrustMe.exe and see what I can find. Now, although that might have some value, and I would not dissuade you from doing that, the simple fact is the name is pretty meaningless, and the name is very dynamic. It's often rotated, it's often randomized by the threat actors, so it might be trust me on this system, and it might be AB on the next system, and it might be XYZ on the next system, and you get the idea. And so this is an indicator, but it's not a very reliable indicator. It's not a very trustworthy indicator. But what about these? The hashes. Basically, the hashes are an algorithmic fingerprint. So different hashing algorithms. We have MD5, SHA-256, MPash in this particular example, output from our sysmon. And this is much better. This is a much more accurate indicator of this file. This is again, an algorithmic mathematical computation of the contents of this trust me file. So it does not matter what I call it. If I copy that and I rename it XYZ123, or I rename it calculator or notepad.exe and move it to another place in the file system, copy it to another host entirely, I can manipulate all those things, and the hash value will remain a constant. So leveraging that hash value then to pivot to your SIEM or your EDR or some other visibility solution can be tremendously useful. This is a high fidelity indicator, again, especially once we determine what is this and what is it doing. You might very well move over to VirusTotal and check this hash. In many instances, you won't find a hit, but you might, and that's
so
not, again, not a
like
exercise.
change
This
the
is just gold.
length.
This is absolutely super valuable for me in active incident response in terms of understanding the context and deriving a useful indicator based on an immutable component of TrustMe.exe. You remember all the way back to day one when we talked about taking an executable, moving it to assembly, manipulating, finding the XOR, and then making a minute change before the XOR statement, and then saving it back to exe. This is one of the things that we were accomplishing. We were changing the algorithmic calculation for the value of that executable by the change we made. We changed ever so slightly the construct of that file, and then, of course, the hash changed. That was part of the point, to circumvent deny lists based on hash characteristics, for example. So this is good. This is important. This is good and important. Finish that? Okay.
Yeah. But I think most...
as I mentioned, we're going to come back and recreate part of this lab a little later, if sort of extracurricular, if you want to. So that's a reminder to myself. We'll be back for this one. Okay.
Push pop.
Well, I'm going to back on out of here, back on out of here, back on out of here, exit an awful lot, kill my shell, stop it, leave me alone, run away. Okay. Sysmon for the win. Yeah. I really can't think of a compelling reason you would not use something like this unless you have this functionality through some other tooling, some other capability. I like it a lot. For my selfish purposes, please run it everywhere.
That's good to know about this.
Okay. Let's talk about advanced endpoint protection.
And also, I'm thinking a bit of protecting my own
I don't know how to
network, you know?
overstate the importance of this one. I remember,
and also for lab.
Shortly after one of the first ransomware cases I ever worked,
Run
right on the heels, if you happen to be in the industry and or you happen to be in healthcare, you may remember early 2000s, I think it was, Hollywood Presbyterian, based out of Southern California, were hit by WannaCry, if I recall correctly, and it was one of the first highly publicized ransomware detonations in healthcare that actually crippled the hospital's ability to serve patients. That is the holy grail of healthcare.
Actually,
they were actually turning away patients and rerouting patients to other facilities, and this is not a hit against Hollywood Presbyterian. This is like a new thing. This is like mind-boggling. It was one of the first instances I remember hearing about where ransomware was distributed through group policy in an enterprise environment, and really, really bad things ensued.
I think the
at that time, ironically, I worked for a security manager who one of his favorite phrases was "Never let a good crisis go to waste." Never let a good crisis go to waste, and it was much like my Jocko Good shirt or
something.
introductory conversation this morning is, a crisis presents an opportunity. And in this particular situation, the board members, I was doing consulting for a healthcare organization at the time, the board members for the hospital read the news about Hollywood Presbyterian and the ransomware detonation and turning away patients, and it got their heart rate up, it got them frightened. And so they went to the CEO, the CIO of this particular organization and said, you need to make sure this never happens to us. We do not want to read about our healthcare organization on the front page ever, particularly when it comes to an inability to perform patient care. Again, the holy grail of healthcare. I didn't know this was happening. Of course, as a security consultant at the time, I was aware that this happened to Hollywood Presbyterian, and I was sort of fascinated to watch it unwind, and to learn more about it. I went into the facility shortly thereafter and was called into an emergency meeting with the CIO and with the IT administration staff for the hospital system. And I'm in a room of 10, 12 executives, and I'm really the only technical person in the room. And the CIO corners me in front of all these other folk and says, I want you to recommend a security solution right now that we can purchase that will stop us from ever having to deal with this issue. Ironically, it's one of those moments that you sort of hope for. I was a little bit ill-prepared, and I hummed and hawed, and I suggested we might do some planning and analysis, and I could return with an answer shortly, maybe later that day. And the CIO literally, again, in front of the executives, said, no, I want an answer right now. He figuratively held up a piece of paper and said, this is the checkbook. I will write a check today. What should we buy? It was a unique moment in the history of my career, and my response was, you need to buy some advanced endpoint protection. You need to bolster your environment with this brave, new, cool thing called EDR, endpoint detection and response. We were running a combination at that point of Symantec and Defender, Windows Defender, not the fancy Defender for endpoint that we might see today, and it was just woefully inadequate. It was woefully inadequate. And
Right, so I've already seen this, bits of this. So I'm like,
this is a long time ago.
didn't they do this yesterday?
And I said, and I think I made a pretty good call under the circumstances. And then we moved into the process of deploying that and learning how it worked.
So
some of its shortcomings,
it's going to talk about like free
But since that day,
ones
moving
and
forward,
stuff
almost
too.
every time I roll into active incident response, it is top of mind for me. What kind of endpoint protection do you have? And it probably won't surprise you that in many instances they're like Defender. Like, I mean, the free antivirus that comes with Windows. And I go, yeah, totally. Like, okay, we need to talk. Ironically, and I hear this a lot, and in doing active incident response, I respond to a ransomware case. I've done a lot of cases over the last 2 or 3 years, and I would say that the vast majority of those environments had some sort of advanced endpoint protection. They had an EDR deployed. So we'll talk a little bit about that as we go through this process, not to minimize the value, but there are pros and cons, and we need to have proper expectations. This does not solve all your problems. It does not solve all your problems, but it is a critical component. And again, if I had one security control in place, I would push for advanced endpoint protection, some sort of EDR, next-gen AV kind of capability. And it's a little hard to cherry pick from this screen and think about all the ways that this is important to us. Just let me take a slightly different approach. Imagine, if you will, an attack on your environment that doesn't involve an endpoint.
Yeah, right. So what I didn't do now, I didn't take any screenshots. Did it really do anything that I wanted to screenshot? That's the question. So we went through the lab. It's already in the notes. Yeah, and then he looked at this. And then he just talked. Okay, so no actual slides or anything yet. Yeah, so the question is, should I, like, this is too common, right? Too simple to screenshot. But
Maybe
it's
we can
still
come up with
interesting.
some bizarre exception, but pretty much an endpoint represents to me some sort of physical or virtual device.
Let's do
An
it.
operating system purports some sort of feature function in your environment and is connected to the network. And if you're going to attack my infrastructure, my IT, my data, my systems and services, and it doesn't impact an endpoint, like, so you can ponder that at will. But that just speaks to the ubiquity of all of the things on this slide, from bits jobs to bootkits to browser extensions to SSH hijacking. All of those things touch an endpoint. Often an endpoint that's running a Windows or a Linux variation, and often Windows, when in fact, this is huge. Absolutely huge. If I had to choose two, once again, I think, boy, application allow listing from directories is just so easy. Why wouldn't you do it? And then in conjunction with protecting your endpoints, that's a pretty powerful 1-2 punch. Overlapping fields of view. And I cannot overstate, again, the importance of this and sort of the overarching simplicity. I have this idea, and I can even share it because I've written it up a bit. I have this idea about visibility and containment capabilities. And my thought is, if you can take a look at your enterprise as a whole, and you can sort of generally categorize the things that are important to you, your information assets, your data system services, identity, etc. You can quantify those things, put them sort of in buckets categorically. And then if you can give me visibility into memory, identity, network, and disk, that's memory, identity, network, and disk, yes, mind, M-I-N-D, I did that so it would be easy for me to remember. If you can give me visibility into those functions of the critical IT assets in your environment, then I can most likely tell you what you need to know when it comes to investigating and or reviewing incidents, alerts, events, etc. Secondarily, if you can give me containment capabilities in each of those categorical components in your environment, particularly if you give me containment capabilities related to memory, identity, network, and disk, then we win. We need visibility. Visibility is absolutely key. And we can't just have one component, and that's the idea behind this, is that we need defense in depth. That phraseology is a little overused, a little trite, and it doesn't just mean two kinds of AV. My previous story about recommending EDR, they literally had Symantec on the servers and Defender on the endpoints, and they're like, defense in depth. Like, okay, that's not exactly what that means. Two discrete vendor point products that run on disparate endpoints is not what we're talking about. We need lots of different ways to look at this, and in the context of endpoint, I'm hoping against hope that you have multiple pieces and parts. That you have discrete technical controls that run on the endpoint, AV, EDR, that you also have visibility from your endpoints into some centralized system, centralized logging platform, like a SIM, hopefully a SIM that has some sort of inherent user behavior analytics functionality, and maybe you're running Sysmon on your endpoints and then piping that data to SIM, that works too. And of course, we talked yesterday about, on top of that, we'd really like to have some network monitoring so that we can see the interactions between endpoints, internal systems, ultimately visibility for endpoint egress, meaning we can see potentially network traffic, communications to and from an endpoint, and command and control our adversaries. Sandboxing is kind of cool in that it is often inherent to some more sophisticated modern security solutions, whether it's secure proxy, something like a Zscaler, or even some exchange mail solutions or some EDR solutions. And the idea behind sandboxing is that we still do rely on signatures to a certain extent. We do still pay attention, or our EDR endpoint should still look for evil hash values. I mean, why not? But in many cases, when one of these security products tools sees a hash value that it does not recognize, there's an inherent functionality that says, okay, stand by. Really quickly, we're going to take that and we're going to detonate it in a sandbox environment, a protected, isolated environment. We're going to detonate this executable because we've never seen it before, and then we're going to see what it does. Make a determination, good, bad, and if bad, we're going to derive indicators of compromise. So not only now do we have a new hash, we also potentially have new indicators of compromise based on IP communications or registry changes or WMI interactions or pretty cool, pretty useful. Internal segmentation, we're going to talk about that at length here in a little bit. The idea being that we separate our systems. We separate the things that are important to us in our IT environment. So the servers, for example, are on a separate network segment than the workstations, just overly simplified. Again, we'll come back and talk about that. This is huge. This is huge. And the redundancy, the overlapping fields of view, the defense in depth give us some security that when there's a 0 day and the threat actors find a new way to circumvent your endpoint protection, we're going to survive. We have other pieces, parts in place to visualize and or determine and then take responsive action. There have been a couple really awesome questions that are coming through Zoom and Discord, and I will hang tight. We'll come back and I'll do my best to answer those in the not too distant future. I think somebody in passing, as soon as I started talking about EDR, I saw something about billions of dollars, if I'm not mistaken, and it's like, yeah, there's a reason that a lot of enterprises are using Windows Defender. Well, it's free. It's built into the operating system, which is kind of compelling from a business perspective. Having said that, experientially, it won't shock any of you that that's not top tier. That is not the best of breed solution, and to get a better solution, in my humble opinion, you're gonna have to spend some money. There are some potential free EDR components out there, and I'm gonna tell you, forgive me, I'm gonna inject some opinion, and you can take it for what it's worth. As I mentioned, I have worked active malware outbreak cases where most of these solutions were in play. And what is critical to me, active incident response is, again, my primary day job. What is critical to me are the features and functions of these tool sets more than, forgive me, talk about this more in a second, more than the active detect prevent. What I need from these tools is I need visibility. I need deep visibility. Boy, I shouldn't use that phraseology because that's semi-patented, but it works. Vendor agnostic, I need deep visibility. I need to see all that I can see about the interactions of an endpoint. That's priority one. That's why I want an EDR. That's why I wanted an EDR way back when the hospital system asked me. In my ignorance, I really just thought I need deep visibility into everything that occurred on that endpoint. Priority number one. Priority number two is I need easy to configure active containment. And what I mean by that is if I have visibility, imagine a user just detonated trustme.exe on one of my endpoints, and it ran. Whatever tool I have in place didn't stop it. Maybe it's a new variation, it's a new hash, it's an unrecognized file, whatever. I find out later it's bad based on my overlapping fields of view. Previous slide. Maybe I see network communications to a known bad IP address, and so I turn to analyze the host where this trustme.exe executed, and first priority is I need visibility. I want to see what happened in detail. I'd love to see even more than Sysmon can show me. I'd like to see historical activity. I'd like to see a timeline of parent process and web activity and DLL injection and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When I'm doing that, I'm looking for indicators of compromise. I'm looking for clues that represent unauthorized activity. And then the next important critical piece of EDR functionality is the opportunity to take those indicators of compromise, turn around and educate my EDR solution and say, if you see this again, stop it and or isolate the endpoint. Those are really the two most important things from my perspective in selecting and using these tools. And I have some pretty strong opinions about which are better and worse. And yeah, they are expensive. They are significantly more expensive than traditional AV. And I'll use Gartner for just a second. If you ask Gartner, and I don't always agree with Gartner, but I think it's a worthwhile data point. Yes, Gartner, we've got Sentinel-1, CrowdStrike, and Defender for Endpoint in the upper right-hand quadrant. Those are the top tier, and that does not mean that the rest of these are no good, lousy, not contenders, but I tend to agree with that grouping in terms of feature function. What's cool about this is that we're seeing a lot of this in the industry. EDR is becoming commoditized, which is a win for us. So things like in-game, now Elastic Defend, they drive the price point down. Are they as mature and functional as CrowdStrike and Sentinel-1? But I'm seeing this fantastic sort of vendor conflict forays into driving the price down. And if you're looking at one of these, make sure you look at another one and say, well, we looked at CrowdStrike and they were quite a bit cheaper than you are, Sentinel-1, or vice versa, and play that game just a tiny bit. Gosh, I just went on a rampage there. Sorry, this is important to me. Again, it's my line of work. I'm passionate, dang it. So, speaking of EDRs and free EDR solutions, let's talk about BlueSpawn. BlueSpawn is a free EDR. I think it's a Virginia Tech output, and we are not suggesting this is a variation. We talked about this yesterday. Can I use Sysmon in real production environments? Absolutely. Can I use Deep Blue CLI in production investigations? Absolutely. With all the caveats of testing, approval, change management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. BlueSpawn is not something that we would recommend necessarily you use in a production environment. We're going to use it today because it's really hard to do a lab with Falcon or Sentinel-1, just to be frank. And so we're going to introduce you to some of the concepts behind endpoint detection and response. I did it. I made up a word between 7 slides. I don't know. I lost count. But BlueSpawn is for illustrative purposes and testing purposes, and it can be pretty fascinating, and we'll touch and play with it in a lab. And once again, I'm not suggesting that you take this and deploy it in place of an alternate EDR solution. This is a potential mapping. This is an attempt at mapping BlueSpawn coverage to MITRE coverage, to the MITRE critical controls, and it's it's okay. It's something. It's better than nothing. But again, I don't suggest that you roll this into production and say, score, we don't need to buy an EDR solution. But maybe this again is a tool for proof of concept, proof of value, or at the very least to illustrate what EDR means. And even though EDR, endpoint detection and response, has been around a long time, that phraseology is not super meaningful to the business folk. It may not even be meaningful to some of the IT executives. So it's worthwhile to expound on that and say, okay, I say AV versus EDR, and you all go, yeah, that makes sense. But that is not necessarily useful terminology. It's far more important to say, let's talk about what this alternative solution does compared to Windows Defender. And so this is potentially a foray, at least into that, introduction to that conversation. if you're buying what I'm selling, so to speak, then you're thinking to yourself, boy, we could really use advanced endpoint protection. I hope that's what you're thinking if you don't have it. I mentioned that to me, active detection and prevention is important to me from an advanced endpoint protection and an EDR solution, but it's not preeminent because I know that there are ways around all of them. Part and parcel, I work at Black Hills Information Security. I work with some of the most talented, the most capable offensive security engineers on the planet, and trust me on this one, we find ways around these things all the time. So that really can't be the gold standard. Oh, you got through CrowdStrike, Falcon. Oh, you got through Sentinel-1, you got through Carbon. Yes, yep, you will. For crying out loud, I keep talking about bootloader. I'm sorry, I'm a broken record, but I've worked 3 or 4 bootloader cases in recent memory, and the first one I worked was in December of last year. That's a long time ago, right? Bootloader. It hasn't changed that much. I worked another bootloader case 2 weeks ago, and I took the bootloader obfuscated JavaScript file just out of curiosity, and I tossed it to de-identify the data and tossed it up to VirusTotal just to see. This has been around since December of last year. VirusTotal took that obfuscated JavaScript file, it ran it against 65 AV EDR solutions, and 2 of them determined that it was evil. And like I told you before, in VirusTotal, you pretty much get 1 evil hit no matter what you throw at it. So flabbergasting to me, and that's just, again, part and parcel of, there are ways around these solutions, and so we don't put all of our eggs in that basket. What does that have to do with threat emulation? To me, threat emulation, adversary simulation, we'll talk about emulation versus simulation momentarily. The idea of basically mimicking threat actor behaviors on your endpoints and then seeing how your detect and respond capabilities work is just, again, solid gold. It helps you to identify how well they work. It helps you to improve the configuration. It helps you to set proper expectations. It helps you to bolster your fields of visibility, etc., etc., etc. There are lots of ways to do this. There are automated ways to do this. We do this as a service for our customers. It's something that belongs in your toolkit, threat emulation. If I were to detonate bootloader in your environment, would your AV EDR see it, yes or no? And if the answer is no, then part and parcel of the process, by the way, bootloader is a drive-by download. We have a user that's unwittingly downloading a zip file. They extract the zip file. There's an embedded JavaScript file, which is obfuscated. JavaScript file is executed by WScript or SkiScript, creates a scheduled task, launches PowerShell, downloads the next stage of execution. Those things, again, as tactics, remain fairly constant. So if your systems can't detect or stop the obfuscated JavaScript, then what else could you do? Could you trigger off the execution of zip file to JavaScript to CScript? Yeah, potentially you can. That's exactly what we're looking for, and that's exactly what I need from an advanced endpoint protection tool. The kind of capability to say, okay, that snuck through, but here are 3 ways that we can make sure it doesn't ever sneak through again. I feel like I'm preaching. Sorry. What's the difference between emulation and simulation?
So I think I actually saw this.
And maybe important, maybe not. When John asked this question, the first thing he asked is, who
Because
cares?
I was
And
like,
who cares? I mean, like, who cares?
with my kids,
And some people care a lot, some people don't care at all.
forth.
It is technically a semi-important semantic question, and really from our perspective, the difference between emulation and simulation is that we actually potentially detonate a threat in your environment, in a test environment, in a safe way, obviously, versus in my previous example, let's say in the bootloader example, emulation, we would say that we're probably actually going to detonate a zip file to JavaScript and see what happens next. In a simulation situation, we might just write a script that invokes zip file to JavaScript to WScript and see if your endpoint detection systems saw it, found it. Again, semantically, maybe important, maybe not. I think if you're going to do adversary emulation and simulation, it is important that you know what's happening and what you're measuring. And again, fortunately, there are commercial tools, there are commercial solutions, there are service providers, there are some free components that are pretty solid.
So sorry. I answered to my brother's message. I'll go back a few ones.
And really from our perspective, the difference between emulation and simulation is that we actually potentially detonate a threat in your environment, in a test environment, in a safe way, obviously, versus in my previous example, let's say in the bootloader example, emulation, we would say that we're probably actually going to detonate a zip file to JavaScript and see what happens next. In a simulation situation, we might just write a script that invokes zip file to JavaScript to WScript and see if your endpoint detection systems saw it, found it. Again, semantically, maybe important, maybe not. I think if you're going to do adversary emulation and simulation, it is important that you know what's happening and what you're measuring. And again, fortunately, there are commercial tools, there are commercial solutions, there are service providers, there are some free components that are pretty solid. Caldera, from our folks, fine folks at MITRE. This is an open source tool for testing MITRE framework in adversary simulation, and I think it's worth taking a look at. I have found it to be a little bit challenging to use. I have found it to be a little bit challenging to configure, and maybe that's just me, so don't be dissuaded to speak. It is a fairly long-standing solution, and again, the price is right, so definitely worth taking a look at. And basically, this is a more a simulation platform, if you will, that executes scripts that do things that behave like malware, and then we have the opportunity to test them against your technical controls and see what, very literally see what you can see. Definitely worth being aware of and playing around with just a little bit. Atomic Red Team. Atomic Red Team from our pals at Red Canary, and I mean that quite literally. Some good folk. We work with them regularly. I'm pretty impressed with their with the organization and with their tooling. And this is sort of the go-to standard of the ability to simulate adversary behaviors, to map them to MITRE tactics. As you'll see on the screenshot, we're actually executing a discrete test, an atomic test. Again, atomic being a small piece or part of a larger whole. We're going to say, hey, run a test. We happen to have this sort of scripting component as part of the Atomic Red Team framework that relates directly to MITRE tactic 1117. And then we can run that in our environment and literally discretely determine would we have seen that particular component. That is a RedSurf32 local comm scriptlet execution. And that is, again, a sort of a tactic or a behavioral component that we've seen in the wild. And there are a great many. This is well maintained. If you're going to pick Caldera versus Atomic Red Team, and I would honestly suggest if you're looking at adversary simulation, you take a look at both of those because you'll learn something from both of them. But Atomic Red Team is pretty cool, and I'm a fan for sure. Not terribly onerous, not terribly complicated. You can run this. We're going to run it, and it is again a way to discretely determine at an atomic level how's our detections work, how our detection's working. I like it. I think it's important. And we'll talk a little bit about moving forward that you have proper expectations of this component. This is adversary simulation. So back to our bootloader example, we are not actually running the obfuscated JavaScript code in our environment, if that's what we're testing here. It's not, but just as an example, we're walking through simulation of that process. And so this is not bulletproof. It is not bulletproof, but it is still valuable, and it can still give you potentially significant insights into how well your tool or tooling is working. This is, I don't know, I sort of hate to say this, but you might leverage this tool to help prove out that you need advanced endpoint protection. If you're just running Windows Defender, this might be a fantastic, again, proof of concept, proof of value to say, we've tested our internal controls, and it didn't detect this, it didn't prevent this, etc., etc. We threw in this slide. How many of you feel comfortable running tools like Atomic Red Team? And really, what I think we're asking here is that in a lot of instances, I don't think it's quite so prevalent, but it wasn't that long ago that, heaven help you, if you considered emulating adversary actions in your environment, you might get fired, and/or you were panicky that somehow this runaway malware might do things you never intended for it to do and ruin your environment. And there's good reason to be cautious, and there's good reason to take a calculated approach to this. And obviously, you need to have review and approval and testing and all those things. The cool thing about a lot of these is that you don't need monumental infrastructure to test your endpoint detection and response. At its most basic, potentially, you can just do it on a test endpoint. Now, that doesn't necessarily then bleed over into your SIM, etc., and maybe that's not holistic enough, but I think the overarching point is you don't need to be afraid of running Atomic Red Team in particular. You don't need to be afraid of adversary emulation, with lots of caveats. This is part of your job. If you're an IT intern, please don't run this in your environment tomorrow. You need to have review approvals. It needs to be in the scope of your authority and or job description, all those fun things. But ultimately, the value outweighs the risk, I think. Yeah, just run it. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Yeah, I know you know that, and I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, but sometimes we do get excited about a tool. It wouldn't be the first time, honestly, that we've been doing a class on something and somebody thought, oh, this is so awesome, I need to run it. And Bloodhound's actually a pretty good example of that. Man, this would be fascinating visibility in my environment. Let's execute it and see what happens. And if alarm bells go off and you get caught, it's not my fault. And that's not wisdom, obviously. Speaking of Bloodhound, this is a tool that you can run with proper testing and approvals in an enterprise environment, and basically it enumerates all sorts of components of Active Directory, and with the ultimate goal of providing an escalation path from a user account to domain admin. And this is pretty cool. It's been around for quite a while. There are multiple variations on this tool. We'll talk a little bit about a variation on it tomorrow. People have taken this and run with it, and it's just a really fantastic idea. If you've been around Active Directory for any length of time, Active Directory came out in 1998-ish, just around the time of Windows 2000, and we're still using it today, and it hasn't changed a whole heck of a lot. And if you implemented it 23 years ago, which a lot of enterprises did, it's a mess. It has just grown and propagated, and we have nested groups and complexities and groups, circular group references, and we've got thousands of GPOs, and it gets really cumbersome. Once again, I feel for the sysadmins who are responsible for AD, because it is the heart and soul of identity and auth. For most enterprises, it is top tier, tier 0 critical asset, and probably it's been around for 20 years. Bloodhound is a fantastic way to enumerate some of those unintended consequences of misconfigurations, meaning that I'm a help desk user, so I was put in an administrative group that has admin access to all the desktops in the environment, and somehow, some way, that group was added to another group, which somehow, some way was added to domain admin, and nobody really noticed, and nobody paid attention, and unless you go 3 groups deep in analyzing your infrastructure, you wouldn't even see it, and somehow, oops, we've created this path from a standard end-user desktop interaction with that desktop from a help desk administrator, which then translates into domain admin, and a really bad day for the enterprise if and when that original desktop is exploited. So this is pretty cool, something that you'll probably want to be familiar with, and it's free, and it's got a cool GUI. And that's just the beginning. Lots of other things you can do for querying Active Directory, and again, we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. A word of caution. We want to set proper expectations in almost any and every one of these sort of conversations. And there's a bit of a conundrum here. We sort of start by bashing the idea of deny listing and how this just doesn't make sense, and it was doomed from the beginning, and I can't go out into my yard and just avoid the poison ivy and all of those things. Deny listing doesn't work. And then effectively what we're doing often in threat emulation is creating an updated and improved deny list. And it's like, oh, wait. You speak with forked tongue. And in some ways, yes, I do. The idea behind this slide is that there is a point, well, first, where signature-based detections are still useful. Deny lists still have their place. If that's all we're using, we're in trouble. But they're still a critical component of most technical controls. On top of that, imagine, if you will, we are effectively dynamically bolstering that deny list through active adversary emulation, then if we reach this point of the idea of critical mass, we do this enough, then it does indeed become harder and harder and harder for the threat actors to invade and or exploit our environment. And so that's the idea here, is that it's kind of a bit cat and mouse, but it does have value in teaching training your solutions, more or less. And the more we do it, the better our defenses become. Can you pay a lot of money for a commercial solution? And the answer, of course, is yes, you can. As per usual, I think somebody chimed in earlier, I watched in passing, the free solution is not often the best solution. A lot of truth to that, and not always the case, but I think there's wisdom in that perspective, and so maybe you get to this point, maybe you do Atomic Red Team, and you do proof of concept, proof of value for free, and you bolster and improve your security posture, art of the possible, you make some forward progress, and then at some point you realize, it's taking me hours and hours and hours a day to make this work, and it's time to examine an Attack IQ or a Sky or an XM Cyber, which are platforms that can automate this process. These are not all created equally, so it's definitely something you want to explore. The cool thing about the precursor is if you've walked through a Caldera or an Atomic Red Team, you've proven out what you can do, basically, with your own blood, sweat, and tears and some free tooling, you are nicely positioned to evaluate these with some authority and some experience, and say, yeah, this is worth 50 Gs or whatever the case may be. This is fun. This used to be a real common thing, and I can't remember the names of them. Some of you probably can, where they had these organizations, entities that pretty much all they did was test antivirus. And every quarter you got a new AV report, AV test report, and it was Kaspersky versus Symantec versus McAfee versus Panda versus, and you read the report and you find out that this quarter, Kaspersky is top dog, and then the next quarter, somehow, some way McAfee stuck in there, and then the next time it was Symantec. You get the idea. You used to read those all the time. It felt like, and so this is kind of an attempt to do that. MITRE came along and said, what if we did the adversary emulation? What if we did APT3 emulation against all the products you see here on the screen, from CrowdStrike to SentinelOne to FireEye to Palo Alto, and it's nuts how many EDRs are available now. Everybody has an EDR. Kind of crazy. But great idea. MITRE has created this attack framework. We've mapped out the tactics. This is kind of back to some of the discussion we had yesterday. And what if we could just take those things holistically and then measure how well these products do? Oh, sweet. That's a fantastic idea. And then what MITRE did, and this is tricky. This is tricky. What if? Let's just say what if some of these really stunk? I'm not really picking on anyone in particular, but just what if that one really stinks? What if it's terrible? What if it gets a C minus and the other's gonna be B plus, A minus? And are you, me, MITRE, anybody gonna come out and say, oh my gosh, whatever you do, don't buy this one. This one's terrible. I mean, who's gonna say that? If you say that, you're probably gonna get sued and or a cease and desist or whatever. So this is tricky. I'm not picking on MITRE here. They do this testing and then they provide some results, but they did not really provide comparative analysis. You cannot go and easily look up scorecards comparing one to the other. We see main detection type, modifier detection type. You can do an individual analysis on each of the solutions. They provided that information so you can take a look at kind of how they tested, and then you can read about how each of the tools did. But there's no stacking. There's no, well, this one's better than the other. And again, I empathize. That's a challenging place to be. And so somebody somewhere came along, and I should probably have noted who this is. I don't know. Josh Shalonis, I think it is, came up with an attack eval scoring. So they took the data that MITRE represented and then processed it with this cool little script thingy and said, let's compare. I want to know who's good, better, best, different. And the output is fascinating, absolutely fascinating. I know you were all thinking this on the previous slide. McAfee is going to win. Am I right? So this is a simple score based on detections. And this, again, this is absolutely fascinating. Do you see the MITRE top 3 upper right-hand quadrant folk on the list? Well, why are they down here? And this one is not anywhere near upper right quadrant. And this one absolutely is not upper right quadrant. And what does this mean? And it reminds me of the AB comparative reports of 6, 10, 12 years ago. You come out going, wait, is this helpful? I mean, from a discrete indicator, I don't know. I begin to question these. I've used a lot of these, and this does not match my experience or my ratings. Maybe I'm just wrong. Again, fascinating. This is another quantification of the same data set, and this is total misses. This is how many detections. So let's just say, I don't know this for a fact, but let's say we fed it 300 potential indicators, and McAfee caught 268 of them. That's what this would represent. This would then represent, okay, we fed it 300, but McAfee missed 38. I guess I could do the math there, couldn't I? Close enough. We'll round it to 300. And so this sort of flips the script. Now all of a sudden McAfee is the worst, and no, I guess they're not the worst. RSA is the worst, and in-game, no, Palo Alto, in-game, F-Secure. Again, this is fascinating, very, very interesting, and leaves a lot of unanswered question. And it's part of why I step back and say, in many ways, I care more about the visibility, the configurability, the active containment, the managed active containment than I do necessarily about these metrics. Again, that doesn't mean these are inconsequential, but again, interesting stuff. Not super easy. Yeah, I see some chatter in the chat about the algorithms used in the testing, and I think it's less algorithmic, honestly, than interestingly, I mean, the idea was that MITRE was going to emulate APT3. So there are specific components of the APT3 attack, the tactics, the tooling, that may have linked themselves specifically to some of the detections. It's not so much about the detection algorithm or how this played out. It literally is tactic emulation, and then did the components detect or miss, a list of discrete indicators. Again, really interesting. And I know you're all totally fascinated by the output just like I am, and I'm not sure how to answer the questions. And again, it's not so much statistics. This is hard facts. If I throw a malicious package, did it detect it? Yes or no? That's not an algorithm. That's not a statistic. It's a yep, nope. Now again, I know what you're getting at. Is tell me about the test. Tell me about how you perform the test. And that was the kicker behind AB comparatives of old. You're like, wait a second, how did you actually come to these results? Anyway, fascinating foray. I like me some EDR, and I think if you don't have advanced endpoint, if you're still using legacy AV for crying out loud, you at least owe it to yourself to test and prove out some features and functions, and then possibly do some budget calculations, find out how much this would cost, and at least put it on the roadmap. Never let a good crisis go to waste. I'm telling you, part of the reason I was prepared for the conversation with the hospital system when they said, what do we buy now? Is we'd already been staging and planning. We knew we wanted to buy all sorts of things to improve the security posture, and when the crisis came to town, we were ready at least partially to say, ER, please. So let's do a lab. Let's take a look at Atomic Red Team and Blue Spawn, and stand by. And again, I know there's some really good questions lingering. I will address those. I'll turn you loose on the lab, and then we'll try and answer some questions when we get back from the lab. We'll pay attention to the timing just a little bit, and at the very least, we'll look to have some timing at the very end of today for circling back on some of these questions, because some really insightful thoughts and ideas. Okay, so here we are back at Intro Labs. We are heading towards the why do I never? Sorry, I'm always looking for Blue Spawn or Red Team here, and if I miss Atomic Red Team and Blue Spawn, it starts with an A. Thank you very much. So, setting the stage again. We're not recommending in this particular instance that you use Blue Spawn in production for your EDR solution. But we are going to use it to illustrate the value potentially of some other EDR type solutions.
I bought them,
and
keeping that in mind. Once again, you're going to make sure your AV is disabled. You're going to launch a command prompt. Redeemed it until yesterday.
One of these alternate mechanisms if you can't.
And they hadn't done it for a long time, and I actually forgot to do it. So
Blue Spawn. We should see active output on console or something like this.
Practice a bit.
Then we're going to open up the window of PowerShell. And we are going to move on over into the Atomic Red Team directory and the subdirectory. We're going to install YAML
I'm
module.
using the cheapest ones that I had.
Then run, or import the Atomic Red Team module.
They were like $1, $2.
Maybe this is why we asked you earlier if you're scared
$2
about running Atomic Red Team, because let's just do them all. Or why not? Under the circumstances, hey, let's go for it. If you're prompted in this particular scenario, just say yes. If you get any errors or outputs executing the all scripts, just say yes and keep on trucking. So you might see some errors. Don't worry about it. That's totally okay. Now this is going to take a while. We just invoked all. So I'm going to.
So I've already seen
that as you run this, that what you do is you pivot back to. So this is your PowerShell console. This is your Blue Spawn command prompt. What I'm going to suggest is that you fire up in PowerShell the atomic red team test all, and then you pay attention, then pivot back over to your blue spawn command output, and you're going to get a whole bunch of zero
So
detections.
I
Lots
will
of zero
want to
detections. We'll talk a
do
little bit about what that
the
means specifically when we come back and go through the lab, but you're going to get a bunch of zeros. That's not quite as interesting, at least on screen, as the actual detections. So I don't know how long it will take. I suspect around 2 minutes you'll start seeing some actual detections. But what I suggest is you pop to the screen and wait
So
until you get
let's
past the zero
switch
detections
this
until you see some actual detections before you go back and then Control C from your PowerShell prompt to stop all the tests. You can let it run as long as you want, but the idea is to see some output, some detections by blue spawn. You can.
I wonder how much
You'll
of
want
this
to clean up after
actually
yourself.
saw.
Remember, we just did adversary emulation, so we did things like creating registry keys and strings of execution and etc. So we kind of just made a mess on a certain
Maybe
level.
it
So you
was
got really
just
two choices.
the
If
end
you
I
want to,
didn't
you can
see.
revert to snapshot, no harm, no foul, clean things up like a champ, or you can run the cleanup and undo it. I mentioned earlier that we may want to come back to the Sysmon lab. This is a bit extra. You don't have to do this. You can come
Yeah,
back
I
and do this
think what I
later.
saw was when
but while we
he
have Blue Spawn
actually
running,
did it.
remember, so far,
That's what
all we've
I
done is
saw.
clean up. We've stopped the atomic red team script. We've cleaned up the atomic red team script, and Blue Spawn should still be alive and kicking on your command terminal. And what we're suggesting here, if you want to, you can pop over to the Sysmon lab. Let's do that really quickly, just so you know
So
what I'm
this
talking
is
about.
his
Go back to the Sysmon
before
lab.
the lab
And skip
talk.
all the way down to the part where you act evil.
Then
And
he
basically what we're
does.
suggesting is that you
Then it's the
restage
lab, and then he
your
does
Trust Me
more
executable, you
details.
fire up
So
your
I'll
Metasploit
just
console.
skip
You're
to
gonna
the
basically go
detail
through this
bit,
process on
okay?
down, just like we did moments ago. Stage your interpreter session, get all the way to the point.
So people had the chance to
All right,
try themselves.
welcome back. From Atomic Red Team versus Blue Spawn. Feels like there might be a pretty clear winner. So let's talk about this for a second. Again, as mentioned, there's some great questions, and so my thought here is I'm going to step through this, and then when we get to the point where the Atomic Red Team tests are running and we're waiting for Blue Spawn to text, I'm going to answer a couple questions because I think we're going to have a couple minutes of dead space there while we wait and see what's happening. So let's step through this together, and then I'll do a bit of Q&A because a couple of really great questions have come up in passing. So here we are in Intro Lab, Atomic Red Team versus Blue Spawn. Let's
now I'm
just
using
double check.
a paper
We're just gonna
clip.
copy the whole string. Hey, stop that. Copy. Paste. Red error is good. AB is disabled. We're going to do a command prompt from terminal. Remember, you don't have to do from terminal. If you need to go to start command prompt run as administrator, you sure can. Let's head over to tools, CLS to clear screen. Let's do Blue Spawn client x64.exe monitor level. Oops. So a couple things are going on here. So we're executing the Blue
So I
Spawn
might switch to
64-bit
the
executable client, the EDR piece.
expensive
We're putting it in
ones.
monitor mode, and this is this is
Not
probably
much,
in general how you would
more
want to approach this, right?
expensive.
You want to see if Blue Spawn will detect these things. So we're not expecting Blue Spawn to block anything.
It's
at this
all
point.
AliExpress.
Monitor mode only, and setting the level
And
specific to how
then
Blue Spawn
let's
functions
go
is
out.
cursory. And then basically the EDR function is alive and kicking. And what we're hoping is this is the detection mechanism. This is the visibility into memory and disk primarily, at this point mostly memory from a Atomic Red Team perspective.
Yeah,
we
so
match
did
the
it
key
do
and we see that Blue
logging
Spawn
this
is up
one
and
too?
running.
I
And it
guess
has
it wasn't
categorically some
just
components that are
after
enabled, which you can take a peek at should you want to.
right?
We'll scroll down and see, okay, we need to go to a PowerShell prompt. Control L to clear the screen. We're going to change to the Atomic Red Team directory and then invocation directory. So you can invoke these. So what's cool about this? If you're brand new to Atomic Red Team, first of all, you should visit atomicredteam.io and learn.
No, I
Lots
think
of
this
great
one's
documentation,
too
really good
thick.
website, atomicredteam.io, and
He'll
begin
probably
to understand the
just run out.
breadth possibilities with the solution. So you can legitimately
At
look at the
least
tactic,
they'll open
P1654.
this.
You can click on that tactic. It will explain to you the tactic, and it will explain to you how to discreetly test the tactic. And in many instances, it will then give you, of course, an Atomic Red Team
fingers
test that you can leverage, run, a scripted component or some sort of behavior component on your endpoint. And the idea, of course, is if we execute T1654 and Blue Spawn is running, it's not so much that we want Atomic Red Team to
Sorry for
generate output.
talking, but
What we
he's
want is to then
talking so
pivot to
slowly.
Blue Spawn and see if our detection mechanisms work. Now, in real life, you probably don't want to do invoke all. Maybe you do. But to someone's point, how do we tell exactly? I think the question in the chat was basically tending towards, okay, I ran Atomic Red Team all. What happened? What successfully ran? What was successfully detected? And that generally the lens or the view to the success or failure of the test comes down to opinion and utilization of this platform. You're probably going to be more discreet about the tactics that you test, so that you can clearly document did Blue Spawn or your EDR succeed or fail. So we're going to do install module, not module, name, PowerShell, tech, YAML. We're going to wait ever so patiently. We're going to say yes. Control L, clear screen, import module, invoke Atomic Red Team, PSM, not PSD. Then we're going to dutifully invoke Atomic test all. Ready, set, go. Yes, for real. Okay, and away we go. And as I suggested, I'm going to come back over here. And as mentioned, so what we're seeing here is T1484, group policy modification. And basically what this is indicative of, I got Blue Spawn saying, I see something. Something happened related to group policy changes, but it did not trigger an actual detection rule. It did not actually trigger a rule that allows me to say, yep, I have detection. I have what I think is a true positive here. It's just saying I see something happening related to this tactic, but I'm not certain whether or not
So
it's
where do we get more
way to
information?
go, and we can wait a minute
What
or two.
it
And while
did.
it chugs away, let's make some obvious observations. Probably not going to use this as your go-to EDR. Am I right? Yeah, of course not. But it is illustrative of this process of firing up EDR, in this case, in observation mode or monitoring mode, then executing the tests, maybe one test, maybe two, maybe five, maybe a multiplicity of tests, and then to document the outcome from an EDR perspective. And that does really two things from my perspective. First, it goes, did it detect it all by itself? Yay, T1654 for the win. If it did not detect it, then it presents an opportunity for you to understand how the atomic red team test occurred, the sequence of events, the pieces, the parts of the tactic, and then be able to potentially go back to, let's say you're actually using Blue Spawn or Sentinel-1 or CrowdStrike or Carbon Black, and then to create detection rules based on how you manage and configure that EDR that then might help you to actually detect, prevent these kinds of things from happening. There's a lot of work that goes into that. It is potentially very onerous. And of course, as mentioned in our threat hunting cautions, this is not something you do once. This is not something you do twice. This is something you kind of have to do on a continuum. And you're hoping against hope. Part of the reason that you're paying for the solution that you're paying for is that you're hoping that the vendors of the world are doing most of this for you. And for me, in a lot of ways, this is trust but verify. I'm confident. Hey, look, we got some detection. This only took 4.5 minutes. I'm fairly comfortable. I'm fairly confident that CrowdStrike, Sentinel-1, Carbon Black, et cetera, are doing something useful for me. I can see the visibility. That's pretty easy to ascertain. I can get familiar with the management interface. I can get used to the query language for the data pool, the data lake that they are retaining for me. And then this is my due diligence, my trust but verify. Okay, I'm pretty sure it should detect, prevent this series of attacks, which of course is ever changing. But let me go back over yonder. Control C to kill that. I am going to revert to snapshot in just a minute because I think that's cleaner and I need my VM to work swimmingly for the remainder of this class. A couple more questions before we move on. This is just illustrative, and I hope you pick up a thing or two. And probably the greatest takeaway is that you need an advanced endpoint protection solution, in my humble opinion, and in John Strand's humble opinion. You need to carefully weigh the pros and cons of the available solutions. You need, from there, to trust but verify, to use some sort of repetitive mechanism to emulate, simulate threat actor behaviors so that you can learn, tune, train your EDR, set proper internal expectations, and continue that iterative cycle, which is never ending, to do active detection and response on your endpoints, which is super critical. So Brian had a couple questions which I wanted to address. We talked a little bit. I mentioned the MIND acronym, Memory, Identity, Network, Disk, and again, those are not technically discrete. They're just useful construct, in my opinion, especially when I'm working with other analysts or junior analysts. Just ideas about investigative visibility. Do you give me visibility into memory, identity, network, and disk? That's pretty holistic on an endpoint. And I'm looking for tooling, and Brian's looking for tooling. So if I want visibility into those four components, what do I do? And I think, honestly, it comes down to a couple things. EDR is monumental. EDR generally gives me really good visibility into memory, and then secondarily into disk on the endpoint. And so I'm primarily relying on EDR/legacy AV functionality for disk and memory in conjunction with Sysmon, truthfully, and or EVTX logs in a Windows environment. And then identity and network, we touched on the network piece a little bit. Ingress egress is monumental to me, and I'm hoping against hope that you're feeding ingress egress, at least NetFlow, DNS, that kind of thing to your SIM. And so that sort of checks that box. And then identity is kind of twofold, but we touched on this yesterday, and it really comes down to primarily on endpoint EVTX, because there's lots of goodness and gold in Windows onboard artifacts. And so usually we're feeding Windows event logs to our SIM, not only from our endpoint, maybe including Sysmon, and then in conjunction with that, hopefully we're feeding our Active Directory event logs into a SIM, because the combination, again, in a Windows domain specifically, a combination of the Windows endpoints logs and Active Directory authentication logs, and then the secret sauce, if we can layer UEBA on top of that, then we've got pretty solid memory, identity, network, and disk visibility into each of those components. Brian had another fantastic question, and it's a truism that we're kind of focusing on the Windows piece. And like it or else, Windows remains the dominant endpoint from a desktop perspective in the enterprise, not so much in the overarching server space, but absolutely in the enterprise space from server perspective, it's germane, valid, still fairly ubiquitous. The cool thing about Atomic Red Team is if you visit the aforementioned spot, atomicredteam.io, you can head over to the tags component and you'll see that the different discrete atomic tests that the team members are broken down here categorically by tag. And so Brian was asking about varying operating systems and why are we always talking about PowerShell and what about Python and fantastic questions. And although the majority of these, the numbers don't lie, are tagged Windows, there are Linux and there are Mac atomic indicators and tests. And so if you scroll down, for example, to the Linux components, you'll see tactics that directly relate to Linux. And then you may or may not have a corollary atomic test. So if you keep scrolling, you'll see platforms for this test.
Not.
This is a registry key entry.
I mean,
so obviously this is
I have
Windows
other things
specific. So
to
you
do
keep going.
Maybe I shouldn't
this one
spend all
works
the
for
time
Linux. This is a
on
way
this.
individually discretely to test for discovery system language with locale, and it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, obviously. But there is some extension to different operating systems. Does include some Python tests. There are some Python capable adversary emulation scripts. I don't have those references handy, but I hope that helps a little bit. All right. Let's see here. I think. Let's see here. Let's carry on. Thank you for the questions, Brian. Really good stuff. I appreciate the thought that went into those. What about firewalls? Firewalls are stupid, right? Who needs a firewall? I mean, come on. Wow. Specifically, we're going to talk a little bit about host firewalls. We just sort of transitioned through advanced
what do you
endpoint
think?
protection, and
should we watch this?
The overarching MIND acronym, memory, identity,
Do you
network,
get
disk,
something
kind of
from
moving away
this?
from memory and disk towards
Or
the
should I
network
skip it
component.
because
And
I
this,
think
again,
I
is
remember
perfectly
most of
working.
it? So it's like
The minor mappings are pretty much focused on, or at least for the purposes of the host-based firewall, where we're targeting this. Not so much this.
I'm not taking
firewalls,
much notes,
as a general
though.
rule, help us to manage, mitigate,
But
monitor
that's
all network
very
traffic,
general
egress, east,
things,
west,
you know?
lateral. And really, at the moment, again, we're focusing on host firewalls because, well, it often goes overlooked. It often gets
let's
ignored.
make it
Boy, I
have
remember,
firewalls
once again,
at
as you might have
least.
noticed, I'm old. I've been around a while. I remember when a lot of folks didn't even have a firewall, because what do you really need a firewall for? Yeah, craziness. And I also remember when the firewall first came out as a component of Windows XP, holy smokes, and it was the dumbest thing ever, right? It's the minute anybody enabled that, it broke everything in their environment. And I went, oh my gosh, I still think we have yet to recover from that. Everybody was like, host firewall bad. Don't ever turn it on. For the love of all things holy, you'll just break stuff, and it really won't help anyway. And so we went on our merry way, and we need to revisit that conversation. We really, really do. Lateral movement. Let me just be clear. We'll have some images to discuss, but what I mean by that specifically, if that's unfamiliar terminology, is if a threat actor gains access to an endpoint in your environment, they're not going to just stay put as a general rule. They are going to make efforts to move beyond that singular endpoint and move to other systems in your environment. So that would be generally referred to as east-west network communications or lateral movement. It really just means, again, they're inside your corporate environment. They've breached your perimeter, if you will, and now that they're inside, what are they going to do? They're going to move around. And the host firewall can dramatically impede and impact that situation. Segmentation. This is also a really fun conversation. And it often again invokes an emotional response. If you start talking about segmentation with your network engineering staff, they'll either probably leave the room or start sweating profusely or start mocking you. This is a hard one. I think somebody mentioned very reasonably network access control earlier, the idea of doing some sort of switch port security to limit what systems can plug into your network or attach via wireless to your network. Fantastic idea. I've seen so many enterprises attempt to do NAC or network access control and then fall flat in their face in failure. And so that's another one of those that we kind of all quake, weep, quiver, and think, is this even possible? And it is possible, but it is hard. It's a heavy lift, and so is segmentation. So is segmentation. Again, it may surprise you if you're newish to this industry that you roll into the typical enterprise, brick and mortar, spend a lot of time in healthcare. You roll into a hospital situation. The hospital most likely has been around for 100 years, and they have brick and mortar physical buildings. They have point-to-point VPNs with every vendor on the planet and with multiple clinics, and they have remote access for all their physicians, and they have an EMR, an electronic medical record system, and they've got radiology systems, and they've got biomedical systems, and on and on and on and on, and they are laser focused on the humanity of it all, helping people, which just blows my mind. The acquisition and use of technology to help people, which is really cool. I have great respect for those folk. And this has just grown organically over the years, and you roll in and you go, okay, there's this new threat vector. We call it WannaCry, and it propagates over SMB, server message block. This is a while back. Server message block version 1, and we really need to block port 445. And everybody goes, we can't. What do you mean we can't? So, well, we can't. And then you unwrap that, you unravel that conversation, and what they mean by that is they have no idea what systems are communicating with what services across what network segment using what port, and they're petrified that if you block 445, you're going to break everything and people will die. And you go, oh my gosh, this just got suddenly really complicated. And then heaven forbid you start talking about fully segmenting your environment. Microsegmentation, the idea that everything is discrete, sort of the overarching thought from a network perspective on zero trust. You identify everything and what it should be talking to and what it shouldn't be talking to, and heaven help you, you're never going to get there. You're never going to get there, at least in my experience. I want to show you something really quickly. This is just a brief aside. This is from a presentation I did at CactusCon year before last, and was talking about managing the unmanaged and network segmentation. And the idea behind segmentation is, if the submarine is your enterprise, if we get hit by a torpedo because it's all one big open room, we're all dead. This is not ideal. This is the thing. We need to segment in such a way that we can survive a torpedo hit or maybe two. And the idea of microsegmentation is we segment all the things. And this is ideal. This is exactly where we want to be. We want to identify every implementation, every critical system, back to memory, identity, network, and disk network. I want to know, what is this endpoint supposed to talk to? You know, in real life, it probably only needs to talk to a few different things. Maybe a print server, maybe a file share, maybe a database, that's it. That's a lot of work if you have 32,000 systems, and they've been around for 19 years. And so this often fails. The idea behind this level of segmentation, if we ever get it implemented, most of us will live if we get hit by a torpedo. Really hard to pull off. So I'm a huge fan, as you might have gathered, of the art of the possible. I say, well, if you can't do that, what can you do? What if we cut the thing in half? What if we could just implement one segment? Just one. Just maybe this portion. Could we possibly make this change and save half of our lives? And if the answer is yes, which it probably is, then I have some prioritizations for you here. 445, 3389, 22, 389. Choose what is appropriate for your environment. But I've actually had this conversation with a serious, large legacy enterprise health system and said, wait, could we just do this? What if we just blocked 445 and 3389 between your corporate systems and Biomed? And it took us precisely about a week to monitor the network traffic between those two environments and realize that shouldn't be happening anyway. And so we stopped 445 SMB and 3389, which is RDP, and in that one move, dramatically impeded the typical malware threat actor from moving laterally between corporate to Biomed, Happy Day, and it actually worked. We actually got it done. We got 445, 3389, 22, 21, a handful of others, and not perfect, but forward progress, part of the possible. That's what I want. That's what I want. And then we just keep moving in the direction of making it harder and harder and harder for lateral movement to occur. And the good news is, you have host-based firewalls already, don't you? I mean, you do. Every operating system, for the most part. There are exceptions from an IoT perspective. And so, picture graphically, here's the sad story. The threat actor on the left, the sick leaf endpoint on the right, kind of sad, kind of pathetic. Then the firewall is, generally speaking, standing between internet ingress, egress, and somehow, some way, let's pretend this is bootloader, because I just love to talk about bootloader, or Spongy Weasel, as the case may be. And if this is bootloader, then the sickly machine reaches out to the internet, downloads a file, thinks it's cool, executes the file on their endpoint, makes an outbound call to the threat actor, command and control is established, persistency is established, and now the threat actor moves on to the next phases. When it comes to bootloader in particular, threat of the day, week, month, quarter, I don't know what, the next thing that bootloader does is it enumerates the endpoint. It enumerates the sickly endpoint. And I think one of the key characteristics it's looking for is this domain joined. And if it is domain joined, then it moves on to enumeration of the domain. It's looking for ripe targets for lateral movement. It's not just going to hang out on this one sickly machine. It's going to say, where can I go from here? And the truth is, the next phases of bootloader generally are domain enumeration, and then followed by that, it's going to do service principal name enumeration. You know what that means from previous conversation. It moves on to turbo roasting, attempts to gain high privilege credential access, and then move laterally effectively with the acquisition of domain admin, go anywhere that it pleases. And this is a problem. And this is an illustration of both things that should occur and shouldn't occur, and they're a little bit hard to differentiate sometimes. PSExec. Who has used PSExec?
Yes, I think I actually just
the day you discovered PSExec, you fell on your chair. You're like, this is so cool. Remote command execution, remote shell access. I love it. It is so slick. It's official. It's part of system internals. It's Microsoft signed. It's fantastic. I love the utility of the tool. I hope, against hope, that you all disable it in your environment. I'm sorry, because the threat actors leverage it. They leverage it and it goes undetected. Why does it go undetected? Because your admins are using it. This is tough. This is a tough one. Remote desktop. Who uses RDP?
Was there any good images here?
All of us. RDP is awesome. Have you found a better remote access solution for IT administration than RDP? If you have, please tell me, because for actual interactions, performance, integration, it's the best. So what do we do? It's a bit of a conundrum.
So
and the answer
we're
is,
at
false positives, true positives. This is a trick, and we need to figure out a pragmatic way to address this.
Sorry
and probably
for
won't surprise you that
hopping
we're going
back
to
a
talk
bit.
about
I'm
why we
just
just blocked
checking this
445 and
image.
3389 between about a week.
I know where
one
we
move
were.
dramatically the biomed.
Okay,
happy
so it
day,
was
it actually
just-
worked. We actually domain. It's looking for right
Okay,
targets for
okay.
lateral movement. It's not.
Right, so
All
we're
of us.
back.
RDP is awesome.
Sorry.
We found a better remote access solution for IT administration than RDP. If you have, please tell me, because for actual interactions, performance, integration, it's the best. So what do we do? It's a bit of a conundrum. And the answer is, we'll talk about that in just a second. False positives, true positives. This is a trick, and we need to figure out a pragmatic way to address this. And probably won't surprise you that we're going to talk about network segmentation. Telnet for the win. Yeah, VNC. It's everywhere. SSH. I mean, come on, be real. So are those things going to set off alarm bells? Nope, probably not. Probably not.
Telnet?
Should they? I don't know. Yes, maybe sometime. Is this a tuning opportunity? Let's talk again about where to go. Where my super awesome. Do you love my artwork? I mean, I'm very talented, I think. Sorry, I spent a lot of time on that. What if we could just make this simple? What if we could say, should your normal users be using PS exec? I think we can make the case, no. Should your normal users be RDPing remote desktop between corporate hosts? I'm gonna go with probably not. Strong case for definitely not. So what if we could just say IT sysadmin environment, rest of the world? There will be no RDP access between the normal user populace. We will allow RDP access from the IT segment. Perfect? Nope. But if we just make some simple changes like that are probably palatable to your organization, then we make huge forward progress. We gotta get away from the idea that the network is trusted, right? I mean, that's not a huge leap for us because of what we do and what we're talking about.
So
Your endpoints came with firewalls, and in the vast majority of enterprises, I still to this day see the firewalls are off for the most part or defanged. Even if you turn on the default Windows firewall, there's so many holes in it that it's not super useful. We'll see that in the lab momentarily. Set your internal system firewalls at the same level they would be at a coffee shop. Oh, the grand irony that in many ways, if you take your corporate laptop to the coffee shop, you're less of a threat to your organization than if you're attached to the corporate LAN. Start large. Start macro. Consider logical segmentation of your environment, even if it's just cutting it in half. Business unit, geographical location. As per my previous slide, to me, SMB and RDP, maybe followed by SSH, are at the top of my list of things that you should target first. And this kills me. When I talk about 445 and 139 and S blocking SMB, server message
Don't
block,
people
there's a protocol
do
used
this?
for some internal off name resolution, but primarily people are thinking
I
about file
think-
shares. File shares. And I say, you should block inbound 445 on your workstations. And they go, but we do file shares. I say, wait, you host file shares on your workstation? They're like, no. Well, then block inbound 445, but we use file shares. Okay. This is a situation where you have to be patient, you have to calm down a little bit, you have to resist ridiculing them and say, okay, how about if we test this? How about if I disable 445 inbound in a particular segment or a test environment and then see if you can still get to your file shares? Because you can. Ultimately, we can make this
Is it
complicated.
just
I think
me
we should
that
probably work towards making this
thinking
complicated.
lots of VLANs?
Centralized firewall management is non-trivial,
the normal
right? If you're going to
thing?
start managing the Windows firewall, you have to have a way to do it. You need to
And
think that through.
having,
You may have solutions
like,
in place already. A lot of EDR components and EDR integrations will either help you manage the
stuff.
onboard firewall or extend EDR functionality to
Checking
firewall. So
the
think that through. Don't just assume this is simple. If you decide tomorrow, well, let's block 445 on all of those systems, then that could be complicated. That could be problematic. So think that through. But you probably have an option, even if it comes down to an SCCM, a system center
So my
management.
arm
Shoot, what does that
hurts.
second C stand for?
It's
System center configuration
probably
management? That's close.
it's probably
or,
my
or PQ
back.
or some other centralized management. You can do it through group policy. I wouldn't
Old
recommend it.
car
Working our way
crash.
all the way down to segmented VLANs, and VLANs are tending towards the idea of almost like sort of simplified four-man snack, and that only certain very specific systems are on one VLAN, one emulation of a physical switch, and they are only allowed to talk to certain other sections of your network. And this is beautiful. This is incredible. This foils some of the simplest things. Foil the vast majority of lateral movement that we see in the wild.
Let's see.
And that is why Network Plus should be standard for security as well as regular IT folks. Understanding ports, I think that is fantastic. I love that a lot. Understanding the basics of TCP/IP and a network socket and how IP address
The
versus
things
port work
that
together, I think
annoys
that's critical.
me
Fundamental.
here
I'm working
is
right now
like
on a course offering
you
that
need the
does operating
certification
system
to
fundamentals and
know
fundamentals for
basic
wannabe future
networking.
security
No,
analysts, and that's one of the things
everybody
I
of
hammer on.
course
You just need to
should.
understand this.
That
It's not
works
super complicated. It's just if you've never
slightly
seen it, no one's ever
related
taught you, you've never had the opportunity
to
to test it,
like
it's not
IT,
gonna make any sense.
networking, anything.
So in this illustration, slight variation on the one couple slides ago, we just turned on the firewall. We turned on the firewall. This is so cool. See, right here, firewall, inbound 445, deny, PSX does not work. 3389,
And
deny,
I'm
and
I'm
ostensibly,
from
here's the IT person.
IT,
Right here.
not
Goodness gracious, that right there is a laptop, in case you're wondering. The IT
security
people get special laptops.
traditional.
If this is in place, we can allow this through. This is the help desk. This is the help desk VLAN. This is the help desk subnet. This is the IT folks. So we can
saves
allow
us
3389 in from that
lots of
environment, and we still get our work done. We still accomplish our job tasks. Silly simple. Doesn't have to be that complicated. Art of the possible. Ooh, IT special laptop equals gaming laptop. I like the way Flick in there thinks. Dedicated GPU, at least 64 gigs of RAM, 2 terabyte SSD. I think it's just a requirement, truth be told. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about architecture. As you might imagine, this image was chosen for a purpose, for a meeting, and really, this is like defense in depth for a roof structure. Overlapping fields of stability, maybe, instead of visibility. And in a well-designed, well-engineered structure, the beams, although each of the beam represent a point of failure,
So
it might not make any sense.
let's look quickly at this.
So in this illustration, slight variation on one couple slides ago, we just turned on the firewall. We turned on the firewall. This is so cool. See, right here, firewall,
So let's
inbound
grab those
445,
one
deny,
too.
PSX does not work. Yes. 3389, deny, and
So this
ostensibly,
is
here's the IT
obvious,
person.
right?
Right here. Goodness gracious. That right there is a laptop, in case you're wondering. The IT people get special laptops. If this is in place, we can allow this through. This is the help desk. This is the help desk VLAN. This is the help desk subnet. This is the IT
Or do
folks.
people
we can
think,
allow
oh,
them
we
to
have
create
a
in that environment,
firewall
and we still
already,
get
we
our work
don't
done.
need
We
to
still
care.
accomplish our job tasks. Silly simple. Doesn't have to be that complicated. Art of the possible.
The external one?
IT special laptop equals gaming laptop. I like the way Flaking Air thinks.
Hey.
Dedicated GPU, at least 64 gigs of RAM, 2 terabyte SSD. I think it's just a requirement, truth be told. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about architecture. As you might imagine, this image was chosen for a purpose, for a meeting, and really, this is like defense in depth for a roof structure, overlapping fields of stability, maybe instead of visibility. And in a well-designed, well-engineered structure, the beams, although each of the beam represent a point of failure, we're hoping against hope, especially if we're in this facility, that if there is a single point of failure, there are other supporting mechanisms. A single point of failure does not cause the structure to collapse. This makes sense to you. You know it does. If one of these members fails, the building remains standing. That's the idea behind segmentation. It's the idea behind my super awesome submarine analogy. So we want to live. We want to live. There's going to be a failure. Am I right? At some point, part of the sub is going to spring a leak. There's just no way around it, and it's absolutely foolish to pretend like that's never going to happen. Don't worry, I have Panda Antivirus. Not a dig against Panda Antivirus. A dig against the idea that, well, I have this one beam, and it'll probably be fine. The other thing that John likes to talk about in this component, and I wholeheartedly agree, the question came up yesterday, I think, or maybe it was the day before, about, I'm getting into InfoSec, and I'm primarily either engaged in or interested in blue team, which is blue meaning defensive for the most part. Would it be useful for me to learn about red or offensive team kind of things? And somebody said, purple team, which is the conglomeration, obviously, of red and blue, and we had some great discussion, and I don't think there was any disagreement, which may be unusual in this context, especially in our Discord channel. I don't think there was any disagreement about the value of learning both sides. And I don't care what you do in information security, I think it's important that you sort of set aside the red versus blue versus purple versus green versus, I don't care. I want to know as much as I can. I want to know how to defend. I want to know how the attackers attack. I mean, those just go hand in glove. They just go hand in glove. I think it's kind of silly to say, well, I'm blue team. I don't need to know how the threat actors behave.
I'm just seeing the
people say that, honestly, but that's kind of the idea, especially when you're getting into this from the beginning,
and
kind of new into this space. Learn about both. Learn about the fundamentals of security. Learn about the fundamentals of offensive security. It's important that you know how the threat actors actually behave, and it's just this beautiful mixture. And I think I mentioned this yesterday, and then you'll find things that you just dig, that you like a lot. And there's nothing wrong with going, ooh, I want to be a pen tester, or I want to be a red teamer, or I want to be an incident responder, which is arguably the coolest job of them all. Bring it all in. Work together as a team. And that even includes, don't cringe or anything, it even includes the GRC folks, right? The compliance folks, the auditors. This has got to be a team sport, and we've got to move beyond little cliques and little factions, and I'm not saying that you do that. But I've seen that in the enterprise, and I just can't stand the GRC people. They're so freaking ignorant. And then the GRC people are saying, man, I can't stand the security people. They're so freaking obstinate. And it doesn't work well for anybody. Yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about? Yeah. So, we've talked about the value of the firewall. We've talked about the importance in terms of visibility, in terms of segmentation. You already got it. You might as well use it, but you got to have a strategy. That's fine and well to just say, go. We need a way to accomplish this. Now, the built-in Windows firewall is not great. If I had my choice, I would never use a software firewall as long as I live. That's just me, probably. I don't like software firewalls. They don't make as much sense to me as hardware firewalls. And if I can afford to put a hardware firewall in front of every one of my endpoints, then sweet. That's not probably realistic. So we gotta work with what we have. There are portions of your environment that justify macro firewall, a physical firewall, etc., or maybe a dedicated firewall solution from multiple vendor. But if the best you can do is Windows firewall, then again, for crying out loud, block 445 and 3389, high five, and then make some forward progress. Turn it on. Can be configured via GPO. There is a awesome built-in command line tool, NetSH, that can allow you to configure the firewalls. In this particular slide example, we're turning it on. And this is a fascinating thing when we see the threat actors turn it off. That's a whole other discussion, but again, it's not ideal, but it's a heck of a lot better than nothing. Maybe at least half of the folk on the submarine will survive. Do you have other things in place? It's very possible, like I mentioned, that you already have other solutions in place. It's a very real possibility, and once again, they may go unused or be turned off, so pay attention. If this is in your wheelhouse and something that you want to work towards, maybe that you already have a solution. It may be that there is reasonable justification for purchasing a solution versus using group policy or NetSH to turn on the Windows firewall. Like I mentioned before, I see a lot of solutions, a lot of advanced endpoint solutions either come with their own, either augmentation of or utilization of the built-in firewall, and the major bonus there is a management interface, a centralized management interface, which is pretty much a requirement, from my opinion, in the enterprise. Okay, so we've got two labs basically to illustrate these points, and we have an Nmap lab, and the Nmap lab is primarily here to allow us to illustrate firewall up, firewall down. What can you see? What can you not see? It's fascinating. Obviously, the obvious things that will be open, no surprise, they might be related to SMB and RDP, and those are not pre-configured, those are default, so we didn't rig this. This is just welcome to Windows. And if you haven't used Nmap before, it's a great introduction to a network mapping tool, a network scanning tool. And so the first lab, we're gonna basically test, is your firewall on, yes or no, and then see the differences when it comes to ports. Probably should have a really quick conversation about TCP/IP and network sockets. I mean, really quick, because this is obviously a voluminous topic. But long story short, as you've seen all week long, you have an IP address associated with your host. You have a couple associated because we kind of have two hosts. We're faking that you have a Linux host and a Windows host, so you got a couple IP addresses. That is necessary for TCP/IP communications. We've communicated back and forth between those two. When we do that, we've created executables, for example, and when we do that, we have to define the source and/or destination IP address. We're gonna have a conversation between Windows and Linux, depending on where the conversation is initiated. If it initiates with Windows, Windows is the source IP, communicating to Linux, which is the destination IP. We get those two things right. We have part of the requirements for a TCP/IP conversation. The other part that's critical is a port. And a port really is just a number. It's not like actually a port. It's just a number, and it really is a service identifier to simplify things. So if you're going to communicate from Windows to Linux, source IP, destination IP, and you want to use secure shell, SSH, on your Windows box or your Linux box, you would start a conversation between your Windows machine, your source IP, the destination IP of your Linux box, and you would target port 22. 22 is the default port for SSH. And really, again, all that is a service identifier. Port 80 would be a web server. Port 443 would be a secure web server. Port 445 would be a file share, etc., etc. So as we go through this process, if that made absolutely no sense, you're going to see it in action. We're going to use Nmap from our individual hosts. We're going to scan a destination IP, and Nmap has a whole list of ports it's going to check for, and it's going to see, are they open? Are they closed? Is SSH accessible? Is RDP accessible? And again, you're going to see that in action. From there, we're going to go to a responder lab, and we're going to see how we can manipulate this functionality. This is illuminating. It's frightening. Basically, the idea is you're going to see the difference between firewall on and firewall off. We're going to turn firewall off, and then we're going to see how silly simple it is to abuse the default configuration on Windows and actually extract file hashes or password hashes from our Windows system and then use Metasploit to then authenticate using our stolen credentials. And this is exactly how potentially a real-world attack scenario could go if you have no firewalls and you're using default Windows configurations. Okay. You've been very patient while I rant and rave for the last little bit. So what I want to do is I want to quickly step through the introduction to both of these labs, and then let's see, we're coming up on 3 o'clock. I think we can squeeze both of these in. I think we probably can do
the lab
let's see.
into the.
Yeah, let's do. Can we do 40 minutes for the fine folks on the timers as I step through these? We'll go through really quickly, and then give you a 40-minute time slot. You can step through both of these labs. I'm going to review them with you first, and then you can go through them, and then we will circle back tomorrow, and I will walk through them at length, slowly, methodically with you first thing tomorrow. So again, I'm going to step through them briefly as per usual. We'll throw 40 minutes on the clock, and then when we're done, I think that'll give us a little bit of time for some Q&A, some ask me anything. Not quite a half an hour, but I think that 40 minutes will give you plenty of time to go through the 2 labs, catch a little break, and then we can have a little discussion before we call it a day. All right, let's just look at these real quickly together, and then we'll do timers. Oh man, I forgot to revert to snapshot. That's okay. That is okay. All right. Host firewalls and Nmap. I like Nmap. Nmap's cool. If you haven't used it before, I think you're gonna like it. If you have used it, then it's like an old friend. So we're gonna launch terminal as admin, of course. I'll do a command prompt. Necessarily back at the instructions trying to get there. We're gonna do IP config, as I mentioned. You have an IP address obviously assigned to your Windows host and your WSL Linux host. We're gonna look up our IP address on our Windows side. We're going to pop over to our Linux side. We're gonna open up Ubuntu. We're gonna become root, and then we're gonna use this super complicated Nmap command. If you want to learn more about Nmap, then we can definitely find resources. This is a super simple version. All sorts of complex things are actually happening in the background, but you don't need to know that right now. You can just feed it your IP address. I should make a quick comment. Let me see if this works. Okay. If you do IP config on your Windows system and you see a WSL adapter and
also, I would like to have some of their files
should,
that they use,
you should
so I can just run
Either of these should
this on
technically work, so don't panic.
my
And if you're confused,
machine.
then do them both. I mean, this is a learning exercise. If the firewall's on, it shouldn't work very well. If the firewall's off, you should be able to scan either of those IPs and see the resultant open port. So again, we're going to do that from our Linux system. We're going to type in Nmap, doesn't matter, the prompt Nmap, followed by the IP address of your Windows system. And the cool thing about Nmap is you can actually get active status updates. Just click the spacebar and you can watch the percentage, which is not fantastic, but it gives you something to do while you're waiting. And you should see something like this if your firewall is off. You should see 135, 139, 445, which are our SMB ports, NetBIOS SMB ports. Now we're going to come down and leverage the netsh command. We're going to make sure the firewall is on. Now don't panic. Again, occasionally you turned it on already and you didn't mean to or you didn't notice. So if you don't get these results, then you can also use this to turn the firewall off incidentally. So play with it a little bit, fight with it a little bit if you need to. And then in theory, when it's off, you should see nothing. You can pivot back and forth, try it multiple times, multiple ways, and ultimately all you're trying to do is illustrate what the firewall is accomplishing for you. Then when we're done with that, remember that the firewall should be off at the end because we're going to move to the next step in this process. And we're going to take a look at responder.
I bought too much for my
And in this particular example, we're going to take a look at abusing link layer multi-cast name resolution, LLMNR. And we're going to pop over to Ubuntu. We are going to become root. We're going to move to the responder directory. We're going to launch responder. We're going to define the interface. This is the interface that you're listening on your Linux side, and let it rip. You're going to see some ons and some offs. The initial poisoners that we care about, excuse me, are the top 3. Don't worry about it if some of these are off. That's appropriate based on the way your WSL is configured. But really, what we're going to try to do is abuse broadcast name resolution. So we're going to fire that up. It's just that simple. And then you're going to go over to your Windows system and you're going to try and access the whatever you want. In this case, we're putting in no. Put whatever you feel like. It doesn't really matter because as long as it's not an actual name that exists on your network, go ahead and go with no, should you like. And what's happening is Windows goes, hold on a second, I don't recognize the name of that endpoint. Is there an endpoint named no? And it's not sure, so it will do broadcast name resolution. Is anybody named no? And of course, responder, as you might have gathered, will respond, yep, that's me. And then you'll be startled to know that Windows happily attempts to authenticate, hands off the hash representation of your password, and you should see some output. It looks something like this in responder.
Right?
If you get this exception error in the middle of running responder, don't worry about it. Didn't hurt anything.
Someone is just
even if you don't necessarily see this output, you should, but you may not see it on screen. You can then follow on with this. You're going to kill responder, move into the log directory, and then we're going to use John Ripper pointed at the log file that responder just created for us. That is this file right here.
Going to look at
your file name will be different. It will be associated with the IP address
of your
system. But we're going to point John at that file, and relatively quickly we should see John is able to take that NTLM hash that responder acquired from our Windows system, and you should see ADHD. One quick thing. Don't bail on me just yet. Did you bail on me?
Oh, my kids is calling.
Whoops, that should be done on my command. Sorry.
I'm actually going to pause this. I'll be right back. Yes, Laban. Du kan bara komma och knacka om du vill. So my 16-year-old is kind of security conscious, or what do you want to call it? His big thing is I take no risks. So it's not just about things it's useful to be secure about. It's also about washing your hands for a long time and stuff like that, you know. So let's see. I'll have to look at this before he got this message to approve updated agreements, and he won't click until I check this out, so we better check it out.
Roblox just officially announced the Hunt's release dates. Roblox is changing their rules again. There's even more hackers back on Roblox right now, and so much more stuff I want to talk about in today's video after I ask you to subscribe, because whenever you subscribe, I think it's a billion times better, and I squish this little guy in my hand. Thank you for subscribing, and also please like the video because it also means a lot. Anyways, let's get to the news, with the first story being just this tweet here that I thought was funny, and it's from the official, David Baszucki himself. Basically, he just tweeted out, "We're experimenting with llamas at Roblox," with a little video of him with a llama for some reason. Yeah, as you can see, this is David Baszucki with a llama. I don't know. Well, actually, I think I know why this happened, because Bloxy News actually quote retweeted this, saying that like this is a reference to like a certain AI model that Roblox is using from like Facebook or something along those lines. So it's not like completely random, but it is just a funny tweet to see him with a llama. I don't know, man. Yeah, as you can see, here's the Bloxy News tweet, kind of explaining what this means. So no, sadly, it's not just a random tweet where David Baszucki has a llama. It has like a little bit of meaning to it. You know, it's like a haha joke. But the AI model they're using is also called llama or something. I don't know. And yeah, guys, it also means Fortnite is coming to Roblox very soon, guys. Let's go. I'm just kidding. But anyways, now we can move on to the next story that's a bit more important. And it's this one right here, where basically Bloxy News tweeted out, you can now create groups directly from the hashtag Roblox Creator Dashboard, with a link to the new page that is on the Creator Dashboard. But yeah, you can just create groups now through the Creator Dashboard. It's pretty simple. It's a pretty simple update. Yeah, it just looks like this. You know, an image, name, description. Yep, that's it, guys. That's it. Groups still cost 100 Robux. Nothing really changed on that front. It's all the same. It's just now you can create it within this brand new like UI, I guess. That's it, really. Very small update.
I think this is the one he means.
These icons. So yeah, it just kind of confirms that this event is coming up very, very soon, and I'm pretty dang excited, okay? But now we can move on to something that's a bit more important, all right? And it's Roblox changing their rules. Now, this is something that has happened like earlier this year, but apparently they changed the rules again, and they're not looking that good. I'm gonna be honest. Last time Roblox changed the rules, it was actually a pretty positive thing, because they added like a whole rule where basically games could be held accountable for their community. You know, for example, like Meep City, they could finally be held accountable for having like a bad community and whatnot, and that was a rule they added all the way back in I think January. But now I guess Roblox has removed a bunch of rules and added some other parts that aren't really the best. So here's a really, really big thread from Roblox RTC. You can go read this fully in depth. I'm really only gonna cover the ones that I think matter in this video. But anyways, it says starting June 12th, 2024, Roblox will begin selling your data to advertisers, among many other policy changes affecting users and creators regarding privacy and regulations. And yeah, they just kind of like show a bunch of the changed rules in the TOS, and honestly, some of them are kind of weird. Okay, some of them are kind of weird, like the one they just mentioned, because apparently Roblox removed a thing of text that basically said that they would not sell your information, and they apparently changed it to this, where it says we may disclose personal information to third parties, which is not cool. Granted, though, I feel like at this point on the internet, every company does that. I know it sucks to like kind of excuse that in a way, but like at the end of the day, you're on Google, you're on Discord, you're on every website on planet Earth. Like all of these businesses are already selling your data. It's just kind of like unfortunate that Roblox, you know, is doing that too. But again, it's not really that big of a deal. But a lot of people are really angry at that. Like if we go to the comments here, we can see a bunch of people angry about this. But if we scroll down, we can see even more stuff that isn't really the best, such as this. Roblox will now remove Section 5 of the privacy and cookie policy. This section addresses how Roblox would have used your information for the platform features like its avatar shop and experience search. I think what it means is that Roblox is gonna like, I don't know, not completely disclose how they use your personal information to actually like promote stuff to you on Roblox, which I think was something they added in January. So I don't know why they're changing it or moving it. But either way, I don't think that's too big of a deal. It is a little bit weird, I'll say, but it's not that big of a deal. Now here's where it gets pretty dang like controversial in my opinion. Like this is the one that I think is like the most weird. But basically they inserted some parts into the user terms area of the rules, where basically they kind of say that if you upload UGC items, you're basically giving Roblox the rights to use your UGC items to train AI to make models and stuff like that, which is, you know, how AIs like improve and get better. But honestly, I think that's not cool. Like, does this apply to people that have already uploaded UGC items? Because if it does, I feel like that could be, you know, a big problem, because people uploaded UGC not knowing it was going to be used to like train AI models. And that's like a really big thing in like the AI space, is that AI uses copyrighted materials to like train AI, and you know, that just shouldn't be allowed. You know, it's kind of a breach of privacy and like copyright, you know. But if we scroll down, there's even more stuff. Like this thread goes so far, such as this one. Roblox changed this whole thing to basically say when you use voice-based services from Roblox, we will collect, process, and store your voice recording to enable voice services and make our voice-related services safer. And before it said that they might collect your, you know, voice data, but now it says that they do actually do that, which kind of makes sense because they do need to moderate voice stuff. And to do that, they do need to like collect your voice. You know, so this one isn't really too big of a deal, but it also is, you know, still weird because they said that they might collect your data, and now they're just straight up saying that they do and they will collect your data when you're using voice chat and stuff. But yeah, if you keep scrolling, every single thing here is just kind of stating that, you know, they collect more data and they're gonna be, you know, maybe giving it to other companies, which sucks. I mean, most of the comments on this are talking about how this is not cool at all. Like it's like this picture right here, selling your data. Every other popular website in Roblox. I mean, that's what I said. Like every popular website does do this. So it's not like a crazy big deal. It is something that is just a little bit weird and annoying. And yeah, that's what's going on. I wouldn't really be worried about this. Like you shouldn't like be scared about how Roblox is selling your data. But again, it is something that is, you know, not the best update that they could have made. And yeah, that's the whole updates to their TOS and rules. Kind of stupid, but also not that big of a deal. Anyways, now we can move on to the last story, which is these robots that I've been seeing time and time again. I've seen 2 videos about them uploaded so far, one from Creek and one from Green Lego Cats. But basically, as of May 13th, there's been a bunch of spam bots being put onto Roblox and like sent to people's friend inboxes. Like here's one screenshot that I saw on Twitter where basically all of their names are look at bio, and when you look at their bio, they usually just have a website. Now I don't know what this website does. Creekcraft said that it steals your Roblox account, so I don't know. If you want to trust Creekcraft, you can. But either way, I think rule of thumb is just to not click on random websites, especially when they're being spammed in this way. It's kind of a gamble, you know. But yeah, either way, there's a new group of spam bots that are on Roblox, and yeah, it's pretty awesome to see, man. You know, we're going right back to 2018. Anyways, for the actual last story, we have Roblox announcing something insane. Okay, well, we kind of knew this was coming, but basically Roblox randomly just tweeted out the release date for the classic event. I'm not even kidding, because if we go to Roblox's Twitter page right now, they have tweeted out this tweet right here. 10 days until things go classic. Mark your calendars, with a little video of just like classic hats bouncing around and a release date on the screen of May 23rd, 2024. So yeah, it does play a song in the background, and it's like the classic winds of something, I think.
Okay. So that sounds a bit stupid. Let's hop to one of them. Come on.
This section.
Yeah, so he's played a lot of Roblox recently, and I'm kind of glad because
This,
at
where it
least
says
this is a kind of social thing where he doesn't go outside or anything. So, yeah. Yeah, I'll go talk to him quickly. Then we'll continue. Okej grabbar. Jag tittar på det. Det är så att de flesta företag har såna där avtal och de får aldrig läsa dem. Då var det någon som hade läst och sa att då måste det ändras på saker. Men om du någonsin vill spela robotspel så måste du godkänna det. Du kan inte ändra på det. Det man ska tänka på är att om man skapar en fin bild och så gör man en tröja från Roblox och radar upp bilden till det. Nu har Roblox rätt att använda den bilden till AI och till allt möjligt sådär. De har rätt att trycka en riktig sån tröja då. Så att så länge som man inte gör fin konst eller någonting så... Antagligen om en vecka så tar jag ner dem en stund. Så kan du använda din skog. Yes? Yes, gubben? Jag skulle precis komma på. Jag fixar det snart. Lovan, du börjar prata varje gång jag precis är ute. Nu måste jag på toa, okej?
Hello? Are you streaming?
Yes? du menar med taking down stuff? Okej. För det är torsdag idag, vet du. Då brukar jag hålla på till sent. So, one of my kids, who just woke up and asked me about the video, he wants a bit of food, but I'm just going to microwave a few pancakes. But maybe I'll just start this first.
Remember from our Hashcat demo, we talked briefly about this pot file thing. And John, like Hashcat, creates this thing called a pot file that tracks the hashes that you've cracked. Tracks the hashes that you've cracked.
Yeah, so this
it's
is
possible that there's a remnant
interesting.
of a pot file. If you try to do this step right here, and it says no more hashes left to crack, and it does not give you output that looks like ADHD, then you need to delete your pot file, and it looks like that. If you want to just note that and or do it proactively, totally fine. But on my VM, and it's probably my fault, on my VM I had to go...
This path here could be interesting. So I'll just... let's just... There's a path really there for the pot file for John. That's kind of interesting. So let's just put it in my John notes. So it doesn't have to be high up, but we can put it here like pod file location there. So let's go back, and this is where I had the lab here, and I think all the images were here too and everything. So let's see. Yeah, so
delete my pot file in order to finish this lab. And again, it's probably my fault, but just in case if you need to do that.
Lab
there you
started,
go.
and then I'll hop.
We're not done. Once we crack that password, now we know. Again, we didn't know this a minute ago, right?
This is like finished
ADHD,
already.
by the way. Armed with that information, remember we're simulating a threat actor at this point. Armed with that information, we're going to open another Ubuntu prompt. We're going to become root. We are going to launch our old friend Metasploit. We're going to use a slightly different, we're going to use the same payload. We're going to use a slightly different exploit module. We're going to use the SMB PSExec. This is a PSExec-like function built into Metasploit. It's not the actual PSExec from system internals, but it's a PSExec-like function. And then we will configure this to use the new credentials that we just found. And then we will run exploit. This time exploit is actually going to do something. It's not just sit there and listen. It's going to attempt to authenticate
Metasploit
over port 445. There it is. The service identifier for SMB. So this is our source. This is the handler that facilitates the communications, and this is our target. And the end result is that if your firewall is down and a threat actor comes in, gains access to a system inside your environment, one of the things they could very legitimately and very reasonably do is use a tool like Responder and just listen and respond to broadcast, multicast, name resolution, intercept hashes, gain a hash, crack the hash, pass the hash, and move laterally and or make a really bad day for you and your device. Okay, that's the overarching goal of this exercise. These two exercises. So, thank you for your patience and hanging with me in this again lengthy diatribe. Hopefully useful, hopefully valuable, and
You're going to see this in action.
Oh,
so
no.
we've got, looks like we got 30 minutes on the clock,
thought
which
it would hop
works
back to
just
two.
fine.
Get up, move around, get a beverage, grab a snack, plow through these a little bit. We're going to do some, again, Q&A, chat at the end, ask me anything kind of thing. It's been a lot of me talking, so I really don't want to go through a whole other lengthy diatribe. So walk through this, we'll talk a little bit, we'll call it a day. Tomorrow we'll pick up fresh and new, and we'll step through these labs together and continue on our merry way as we approach the end of our top 11 critical control. So go ahead and jump into this lab for combined about 30 minutes, and we'll circle back and have some discussion, Q&A at the end. Go.
Yeah, so I'm hopping here and I'll go down while he talks. I'll go down and check on... Yeah, I'll microwave some pancakes. There.
So yeah, welcome back. There are a lot of moving parts to that one. I feel a little bad dropping it on you at 3:30 in the afternoon because combining the complexity of those two labs, especially if you're new to either one or both of those, and then the joy of obviously the HTTP NTLM file should match your IP address, not the IP address in the lab. And in some instances, the john.pot may be there, may not. So again, thank you for struggling through that a little bit, especially at this late hour. That's kind of my conciliatory note for tomorrow is take a break, take a deep breath, resist the urge to beat your head against the wall all evening long, and we will walk through it together slowly and methodically tomorrow when we're sharp and fresh, or sharper and fresher in any case. Yeah, I'm really curious. Does anybody remember this? Connectix virtual PC? Anybody old? Just curious. I was thinking about restoring from Snapshot and thinking about not that long ago. Okay, yeah, it was a long time ago, 20 plus years ago. When Connectix first came out, Connectix virtual PC was like at least my first foray into desktop virtualization. At the time, I was teaching a server operating system class, and I would literally have to carry in a big white box, Windows 2000 server, NetWare 5.1 server, Linux, Red Hat Enterprise server, and I'd have to reformat and rebuild and actually carry in a physical device for class. I went through 3 server operating systems in a week, and I had to go through that whole process, and then I found virtualization. Can't even hardly imagine life without virtualization. In any case, that was a total aside. And yes, I'm using Brave, and I didn't even stage that. So you're not weird and alone. At least you're not totally alone. Colin, you might be weird, but at least we're weird and alone together. Yeah, and I wish the search function was better, but such is life. So we're done for today. Once again, I'd like to hang out for a little bit. We can chat. We can go over questions. We can do Ask Me Anything. That's not too difficult. And then once again, feel free to vanish should you want to or need to. We will reconvene tomorrow at noon, and we'll finish this adventure together tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the completion of our time together, and we'll tie up the remaining of the 11 items that hopefully, again, provide maximum practical value for you in securing your enterprise. And once again, you're awesome. Thanks for being here, and thank you so much to the tech support folk. Thank you to Yuri and Ryan and Megan and all the effort that goes into making this happen today. Thanks for your participation, your sense of humor, and for not, at least for the most part, not directly referring to me as patty cake. That has to happen pretty much at least once throughout this conversation. But we forestalled for quite a while. So thank you for that. Any questions that I can answer for you at this point? You're welcome. Thank you, Courtney. Thanks for being here. You guys are awesome. It's seriously, it's a true story. When I'm on break or I go on mute and off video, occasionally my family, my wife will come in here and she likes to just take a look at your commentary because it's generally amusing. You're skilled at the transition from burritos to cat memes to Bruce Lee, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, we definitely, some of the gifts that come through are amazing.
It is. I'm just not good at it. I realize that even when I try,
you'll get better.
I can't pull it off. I try and compete with my children sometimes, and it's a losing battle. I just can't do it.
The trick is to know the class and have everything keyed up in your tabs across the screen. You just go tab as the case comes up.
Nice. I'll work on it. I'll get better.
We have faith. Tomorrow, wow us with your gift ability.
I'll see what I can come with. I'll take lessons from my youngest son. Is like, he's just a master.
Yeah.
I'll see if he can come over tonight and give me some pointers.
Yes.
It's a skills issue. That's exactly what you would say. Thanks, son.
So it looks like somebody says, what are the best remediations for evil jinx? I just bypassed MFA on my boss's account today, so let's just say he wants me to secure it.
That is a fantastic question, and the simple answer. You ready for the simple answer? You're not gonna like it. Use FIDO compliant MFA. That is not a simple answer. That's a simple answer. That's not a simple implementation. There are multiple platforms that pretty easily proxy MFA session cookies, proxy authentication, including MFA session cookies, and stopping it is hard. There are forthcoming implementations of authentication, or like authentication pinning, that are coming through M365 conditional access policies. So that's probably the wrong word, but it's something like that. That I've done some initial testing that seems to help some. The honest solution literally is some alternate MFA, which again, FIDO compliant is the silver bullet, if you will. But that usually requires like an actual hardware token and a major change in your workflow, and it's not tenable for most environments. The next best thing, and again, you're probably not gonna love this either. The next best thing is preventing the mail messages and/or the links being accessed by your company. It's back to the end user training piece. Don't let the malicious mail arrive with the embedded URL. Unfortunately, what we're seeing commonly is that we see the threat actors gain access to a corporate mailbox, and then they use that corporate mailbox to enumerate legitimate business partners, business relationships within that corporate environment, and then they leverage that mailbox to send mail as a trusted user to outside organizations, and that's tough. So bottom line is, if you do business with company ABC, accounts payable might get an actual email from an ABC mailbox purporting to I need a PO or I need a change in bank routing, or it's really, really difficult. And I think you kind of got to hold your breath a little bit if you can't do the FIDO token thing. Review the M365 conditional access policies related to. It's kind of like certificate pinning. If you can't find that, ping me directly, and I'll help you find the resources, because I have sleuthed it out. Heck, I might be able to find it right now. And then the user educational piece, the active proxy filtering, to make sure you're restricting access to those malicious or compromised domains, and all the things that you're probably already trying to do, and you're probably thinking that didn't help that much. That's a hard one. I'm gonna look for that.
A big question for late in the day.
Yeah, that is a question I pondered a lot, and I wish I had a better answer. And that's why I will, like I said, I will see if I can find the link to the features and functions token protection.
Okay.
Ready? Here it comes.
Okay, you ready for the next question?
Yeah, check that out. It's not perfect. It's definitely not perfect, and it does not solve that problem completely, but it's a step in the right direction, and it does make it harder, in my experience. Okay, yes. Moving right along.
Yeah. Can you offer advice on standing out as an applicant for entry-level SOC roles? I'm not sure how to stand out after getting my CompTIA, Security Plus. I've got about a year of pen testing contract work on my resume, but the actual workload is non-existent these days. And I worked as a SOC analyst for about 4 months before, and I have about 4 years practical hands-on lab experience. I have years of general IT experience on my resume as well, but I'm not getting any interviews. What could I be doing better? I'm going to suggest, Daythra, go to the Black Hills YouTube channel and search Jason Blanchard, Job Hunting Like a Hacker. He's got a playlist there that's about 9 hours worth of material that will help you kind of tailor your resume to the particular company or to the particular job that you're applying for. There's no one-size-fits-all resume that you can fire away at all companies. And yeah.
Why? He's going outside.
Oh, it's playing. I was like, wait, yeah. Jason's here? What's
Jason's here? It's miraculous.
He's like, he heard he was summoned. He's like a genie in a bottle. And then there was another one here from Fernando. It's about the John the Ripper lab. So I don't know if you see that, Patterson, in the Zoom Q&A that you could. It looks like they got the whole lab done, but I don't know if we need to fix something in the actual documentation or not.
Yeah. So okay. First, I want to just make a quick comment to the last question.
Okay.
And what that's like the coolest name, and I'm pretty sure I don't know how to pronounce it right. So I apologize. I'm not sure how you say that, but it's a cool name. I would suggest, if you can, if you are willing, that you have someone that you know and trust and respect to directly review your resume and give you direct constructive feedback. Because a lot of us aren't very good at it. So combine with the resources that Megan mentioned, go through the process of how it should work and how it should look, and maybe some pointers, and then have somebody who loves you enough to be honest with you, stare at your resume and say, that's good, that's not good, you need to change this, you need to change that. That is critical, in my humble opinion, just in getting your foot in the door. Lots of other great advice. You have some excellent backup. Obviously, you're passionate about it. You've got some great experience. I think a huge component of that is succinctly expressing that to your employer, and that's exactly, again, what Megan and Jason are driving at. But then the opportunity to have somebody, again, who you respect, to take a look at your resume and redline it for you. I've had that happen. I have done that, and it's a little bit painful sometimes, but monumentally useful and 100% serious. If you don't have anybody like that and you want to find me on LinkedIn, and if you're willing and able, I would do that for you. I would review your resume and give you some constructive feedback. Now, maybe I don't fall into the category of people that you know and trust and respect, but if so, let me know. And then the Fernando's question, There are two things that occurred in this lab repeatedly. One is I think the pot file exists for some folk, and if you don't nuke John.pot, then you won't see the actual John the Ripper cracked output. And then the second is that that file name needs to include your IP address, as opposed to the generic IP address list.
I skipped these for the others. The random question. You can always watch the videos yourself, you know. So I think I actually have watched most of this twice now. So day 4 is today at 18, meaning it's like 16 now. So 2 hours until the next part starts, meaning we have Annie now. So I'm going to change the title here. TryHackMe, and it's Annie. So there, the Twitch should be updated. I need to update YouTube too. So I think I pulled it up here. Alright, no I didn't. I'll have to open it. So I'm going to go to the here. Yeah, we can change it. So Annie, TryHackMe. So you save that and YouTube should update. Though I think this actually updates the whole stream's title, meaning it will start with this, which is slightly annoying since I'm used to it not changing in Twitch. You would have to edit it after, but the current title changes on Twitch, but not the saved streams title, that kind of thing, the VOD's title. So yeah, so this is a new box. We need to start the VM and everything, but I don't know anything about this one. Remote access comes in different flavors, so we have a hint here that we're supposed to have some other kind of remote access, maybe. And people seem to go kind of straight up here. Doesn't say much. It could be great people, and this is actually medium. So I guess that we will try it and see. And I'm kinda hoping it's Windows, just because I need to do that. But I think it's not, probably. So let's see here. Let's see if the TTS is still up and running. There. So I'm just a bit confused why in my OBS I have Twitch alerts audio in this main channel. Whatever. I'll have to look at that later. So because I did that like a few months ago and didn't actually think about it. So the minutes are passing by here. So we need to start VMware. I'll close the actual file folders for those slabs down, since I did move these. The labs in here. So let's keep this open, but we don't have it all open, since the boxes are up here. And we just did the nmap on this one, and then my kids were calling. Or rather, the birthday boy wanted to do the celebration. Yeah, let's make a folder. Any? Finally a box with an easy name, right? And let's make a new note. 0 info. And okay, so I kinda hopped to the old place here. What was I hopping to? There. So IP. Oh, that's a short one. That's nice. Oh, it's nice to have a short one. And let me actually start the color box there. And new note again. Let's make a map one. There, so it's ready to paste. And then we'll see. But I'm kinda sure there'll be some kind of web, right? We'll see, we'll see. $16.03. So I had a longer password and then I was like, how many times do I type this password? How much does it matter on the VM? Right? So this is the fourth I use my VPN. Right, how many times do we type that password? Let's assume burp and Firefox. And let's start nmap. No. Let's copy the IP again then. Come on. There. So why did I pour even more of this? We always drink water, the whole family. But since it says birthday yesterday, I bought like a pack of 4 bottles of 1.5 liters of this zero. Anyway, I could just pour it out. That would be better. Well, after Saturday. Come on. Also, there's a blue sky now. It was wet when yesterday it was raining a lot. Lots of lightning and stuff. And this morning was kind of wet. And I think it rained. Oh, look. Interesting. So I kind of assumed web. I've never seen this. How interesting. So it's always like 2280, right? So actually not. Oh, so nice. So we have just a normal SSH, but we have 7070. Anydesk client. Anydesk. Oh. Well, that's interesting. So let's quickly Google port 7070. Well, I should have added Anydesk, right? because uses by default. Well, of course we need to check if there are like, there must almost be default credentials, right? I thought so. It was just the words but not together, right? Okay. I could just look at it first, you know. I guess we'll have to look at it as just generally. So, yeah. As it said, remote access come in different flavors. So the only time I kind of heard of this really is for what on earth are they called? Like scammer hunters, right? People. Yeah, so not valid before, not valid after. 2072, not passed yet, right? So I'm thinking these are what's interesting there. So how do we get from first connect to this? So I guess we will do like AnyDesk is the first thing we'll try. So I'm like, let's go to, maybe we should just try and connect to the port first and see what happens, right? So to use my notes, oh, there's a bird sitting on the roof whipping its tail end down. I'm like, what's moving over there? So this is like basic network exploration and connection stuff. So do I have examples here of connecting? Yeah, to other ports. So we just do the IP and the port. This is what I thought of to try first. Let's see what it says. So 10, 10, 46, 86. Is even that simple? 70, 70. Let's see if we can do this at all, if we get anything more from it. I'm thinking we would probably not. What should we send? Like test. Yeah. So I don't think we'll get it anything that way. Should we also try the same with Telnet? I don't think there'll be anything different, but maybe something different. Yeah. So this is so hard to type clear. So I don't have any notes, of course, on AnyDesk. I'm like, what? I'll have to research this. First of all, we want the Kali ones. And we want... let's do AnyDesk Kali, and let's see. Remote desktop software for Linux. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted, thank you. Part of what I wanted. Easy installation guide. So part of my search was, are there any tools? We don't get any Kali documentation popping up about tools to use this. So, all platforms, Linux. Oh my goodness, the scrolling. So, I'm assuming we'll use this one. There might also be just an APT thing. So this pops up. So let's just try. If we do just AnyDesk, will it tell me? No. So apt install AnyDesk. No, nothing. Okay. How about sudo? And I spelled it right. Yeah, so it didn't find anything. Let's look what other versions are. And that's what we already looked at. And we have the Debian one here. So I don't like QE things, but I can't imagine any other way this was meant to be. So, oh, did something pop up? It's just slowly thinking here. Thank you for your download. Yeah, there it popped up. So what on earth happens if I click such a file? So it's files in there. So an apt is like a zip file. Well, of course it would probably be, right? This is interesting. Come on. Free-inst. Free RM. So That didn't do anything. I'm thinking this might be a script, and it might not be. But all of these are definitely not the bash file, you know? So interesting. But let's actually hop to the prompt again. So, I'm assuming it is downloaded here, and it's called AnyDesk something. So if we do this, oops, that's not what I wanted. I clicked tab twice and it went hooba looba. So I haven't done this, but I'm thinking that it might be logical for it to just do this, but we probably need some kind of options, right? So because this is using its sources, of course. So let's go even more back. I've done this, but I don't remember. Yeah, so easiest is just to tab to my Windows search, because we're not downloading a file. So Kali install apt file. Yeah, but isn't it possible without apt-get, or should it be, because it's just alias anyway? So let's click something. So apt file, apt-get update. So this is nothing to do with this. It's something called file. That's funny. Again, not the right thing, it seems. Yeah, DPKG. I've used that, I think. But that is something else again. I should start with reading the question to see if it's even relevant. Yeah. Oh my goodness. If someone knows this, I don't mind you telling me how to do it. I've also done it by editing the sources, of course, but this is just a simple tool. Well, all the questions make me at least think I'm not as stupid. Yeah, so I said I recognize DPKG. Maybe I should search in my notes. Well, this is not useful. So this might be useful. Okay, it's TFO bins. Okay, and this is not sorted. Not useful at all, actually. So that means we need to make notes, and I'm thinking this is Linux. This is not. It's not like general stuff, and this should be a normal command. And also, it might not be this. So let's do install. Only that's also kind of common name, right, for stuff. This is when I installed Postman. No. After installing Postman. So I'm thinking I might just add the files there and run it. Let's actually look at the help again. What did it say? So, oh, sorry, still on that other machine. Yeah. So, I install the .deb file name R, but it doesn't say if this is the destination directory. So let's just try it. I didn't actually look at the general syntax thing. Option, command. So I don't remember the name of the thing. AnyDesk. That's too funny. I'm like, what was the second letter? There. Let's see what happens. Okay. There's probably with dependencies. So what? So I think I'm tired. Okay. It did say it wanted the options first. Completing actions. Okay, okay. So let's just do this one again, and it says so let's do sudo apt install lib gtk glext1. Okay. So let's search for this thing. Ubuntu. Oh, well, that's always nice. Let's do Kali. Yes, no, but it's not not installable. Yeah, this is exactly what I had. So depends, but not installable anywhere too. Oh my goodness, this is annoying. Okay. Debian. Yeah, okay, so they just download the file from Debian. Or we could add the source. But okay, let's see if this file exists. It seems to. And it's also in the same directory. No. It's a red message. I can't read it. Security risk. Yeah, allow. I couldn't read it. That's annoying with an error message. Okay. So then we can install it the same way. So this is just my VM. I don't care if it's like not perfect. This asked for it, so, and it's FTP debian org DE apparently. Well. So let's do the same, but with this lib, and then we do it for the AnyDesk one. Yeah, it's trying to stop it. That's the only thing that fails. There. So, where did it install it? Let's just make sure it didn't do it here. In the download. What was the directory that it had in that file? When I click this one, and I click this one, I got USR bin. Okay, so let's open a new tab and let's cd to USR bin, and let's do lslay and check how it looks at the turn top. I should have done A, right? I would have known. I should have known. We have a million things in here. So AnyDesk. Here is the AnyDesk one. So let's do just AnyDesk. And it's opened. Did it add anything to the menu? It had lots of stuff, you know. Let's just search for AnyDesk here. I had to add other stuff. It actually added itself. So let's add it to favorites for now, right? So it has an icon and everything without me having to mess about with it. That's nice. So, enter remote address. What if we do the IP here then? 10.10.46. I'm very curious how long this bit will take for GAR. It will be like 2 seconds. So apparently this is an okay thing to write there. I didn't know if it wanted an IP or what it wanted. So it doesn't seem to respond, right? Failed to load module at bridge. So, what are these? So, also, did we see any version or anything? It might be that there's a vulnerability in it. But I was just curious to see this first, you know? So, let's look at the nmap. Because we have it in the notes now. So, right, we can probably go back like a million steps here. And I still need the nmap one. Oh, why did I click that one? So we didn't have any version number or anything. I did not look at. What's the IP? 10, 10, 46, 86. Let's just. I'm just going there with the browser, and it failing to connect, which is kind of logical. So, a way to find more about AnyDesk. So, AnyDesk, and what else do we know? It is so we could of course also, I hardly know what screen I'm on here. So new tab. So let's just try like, well, we might as well do root at 10, 10, 46, 86. And it's not allowed, of course. AnyDesk. Permission denied. Okay. How very odd. So it's running. Right, so I'm going to add the AnyDesk installation to my notes before I forget it. Oh, did I miss a message? Hello. Let me check my TTS. The TTS should be running. I'm going to send a test message. So, am I like blind? There, test. I didn't hear a thing. If we mute the site and unmute the site, let's stop it and start it instead.
Connected to channel fix at 42. Fix it says test.
So I'm sorry I missed your message. It's because I usually hear them, so I don't look for them in chat. So the TTS seemed to, it looked fine, but something was off there. Something was off. So I can't not do it anymore. So AnyDesk exploit. So also let's check the age of the box. It's here actually, this one. So it's a V2 and it's 7 or 13 days ago. My god, should I realize what age that is? So anyway, So I'm actually curious to see if anyone else has started with the bugs yet, but the event is not until 21, so probably not. I will have to do other stuff between there, you know. So I'm glad I didn't see anything I didn't want to see here. Okay, I don't want to scroll anymore. So I didn't find anything on searching on this. So also I didn't get nothing open there. Now let's just check back with this thing here. What's this? Browse files, connect. So what if we click the connect button? What happens? Nothing. Welcome. So what is this? Okay, so it has that functionality. So if I remove this and I connect here, I get the same thing, right? And that's kind of funny because that's not what we got before, and the box does not expire, right? So I just clicked here. So I wanted to kind of forget it, right? And why is there a number here now? Let's enter the IP again. 46.86. This is what I entered before. Interactive logon disallowed. Could not log into the remote device, and this window must be open on the remote device in order to connect. And it didn't say this before. It said waiting for approval or something. Okay, so I'm actually going to print screen this, and I can't see, but somewhere here there should be a down. So when I print screen, I usually just right, I have the F4 one now, so I can do this at once. And let's put that in the notes. This was not the first try though. And still I don't want to forget the login info. So let's just check up here. I downloaded the file. I realized it didn't. It needed something, so we added that. So I'm just actually going to scroll up to where the first one was, because it's easier. So I'll just take all of this and I will just put it in the notes. And let's put it under Linux, and let's make a new note called AnyDesk installation. And we'll put this here, and I'll just paste the stuff. So the first bit here, I just tested in different ways if it existed. Then I downloaded it. And this was me clicking tab once too much. And this is nothing. And then I checked this. Oh, this can be in here. I'm going to move this to its own help later. So it broke it anyway there. It's harder to read this.
Feeblecacker says, "Hey girl, hey."
Hey! Welcome in, welcome in! So I have this box that has AnyDesk. So I'm like, okay, this is new, but it's fun. But I don't know anything about AnyDesk, so I'll be searching. But first I just installed it, so I'm just making a bit of notes here. Let's actually remove these because...
Ooh, some hacking stuff. Which TryHack room is this?
Annie. So, here. Remote access come in different flavors, so I kind of was like, okay, it's probably something strange here. But I didn't think AnyDesk. So anyway, Gar7, if you know the streamer, he's got a Discord, and his Discord is a Discord event at 21 my time. So it's like us doing this one together. But when it's a TryHackMe one, I want to try before, because when he's doing it, he's so efficient and it's so quick. So I want to like get all his tricks. So I want to focus on what he does and learn. Because I'm a noob, so yeah. So let's see. I'll just.
Okay.
So we found that this one doesn't exist, and then I just checked if there was anything about installing dependencies, and then I tried just installing it and it didn't exist. So I downloaded it, and. Oh, so what did I do now? Oh, right. I was trying to test stuff. Because there was this option, but it apparently didn't have anything to do with the file, so... So we don't need it twice. We just want to know there. I tried installing this. It doesn't exist. So I downloaded it from. I found it in a. Right, I should have that too. So if I ever need to do this again. I want to have it in my notes. Yeah, so this is the URL to where I found it. Oh gosh, it failed to copy. So it downloads this from this URL, though they did it with wget, and I just opened it in a new window here. So I'm just copying this link using. So I have the path there in case I ever need it. So let's go back. Interactive login is allowed. So I started searching here if we can find anything.
Do you have Gar's Discord invite?
Yeah, I'm sure, and it's I think it's open. So Twitch, Gar, I think it's Gar7. So let's see if it's here. So about oh, let's pause his stream. So Gar7 Discord. So apparently well, I never use X. They have changed the domain now. It's horrible.
I can look it up too.
Yeah,
I don't want to distract your stream.
Yeah, I thought that if I'm Googling, I can just check in the Discord and ask him to. So I'll just, let's see, I'll copy your name and I'll open Discord. So I think I had it up because my kid sent me this. So let's see. Here you can see today's community event. Here is this Annie, and it's my time here. So it's the time it is. Let's see. I think it's usually kind of quick. So I'm just sending a message in the chat there. So let's see if he answers. I can have it up over here, so I see. But you can search, cause Google you can do this, you know. But he doesn't seem to have used X. It's not Twitter that get the for me. So missing Discord. Yeah, so there's probably stuff to find. We get M6. So now I'm just curious. So going back to this.
Okay, no problem. I'm looking on his streams and I think I can probably find it via his chat.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. And I sent him a question, so so I'm sure it'll pop up before then. So I'm thinking this isn't helpful, right? And also let's check the dates. This box was how old? I don't remember. 713 days. So we don't want anything too new anyway. And we don't have the version of the AnyDesk. So my kids are knocking on the door. Yes, love. Nej, på lördag. Nej, på lördag. Först, dagen efter gula dagen. Vad är det för dag efter gula dagen? Så imorgon kommer Evan och sen är det tårtadags. Okej? Imorgon kommer Evan och sen är det tårtadags. Okej?
Fixerbot says,
New follower VJ1974. Less than 3.
Prata med mig. Jag hörde inte det. Har du ätit? Har du ätit? Har du ätit maten? Vi kanske ska vänta en liten stund innan nästa mat. No, but du sov ju precis. Det är i alla fall en liten stunds tid emellan. Om en halvtimme kanske? Vad säger du? Linus, vad är klockan? Vi kan kolla. So, I have to see what time it is. Oh. Den är 17, babban. 17. Du har ätit 2 saker. Vill du ha någon mer mat nu? Vänta en liten stund. Okej? Jag höll precis på att fixa en sak på datorn. Jag kan komma till det om en liten stund, okej? Okej, like. So I'm actually leaving the door open. It's so warm in here. Well, 29.7 Celsius is not... It's much colder outside, but if I open the window, we'll hear all the cars and everything. So it's less than 2 years old. So it's kind of like exactly this time, right? Allows the local user to gain system privileges via a symbolic link because the user can write to their own app data folder. Yeah, but we're not even connected. That the product runs a system. So this might be something from later then. Discovered upload of an arbitrary file. We only have 22 and 7070, which is the AnyDesk one. So I'm not sure. So I have to have a short bathroom break. I'll be right back. Yeah, so there are lots of hits on this. Also, I see the 9.8 there. I should have checked the numbers first, right? It's kind of red. On Linux and FreeBSD has a format string vulnerability that can be exploited for remote code execution. Yeah, so this would be kind of nice, right? So let's click this one. I should have searched for something better, but I didn't have any version number or anything, so I was like, I usually have something more. So this is about the time. So I'll just... Why is it linking to itself? They usually have like some kind of puck thing here, right? So a kind of tiny thing. Okay, so they tell us how they got this, and also how we can make our own. Yeah. So let's check it out. Discover packet. So we want to make a packet that works with AnyDesk. That's the point. Let's copy this. So and let's see here. Yeah, and thanks for the follow. I heard it when I was my kid. So I should probably have Discord on my phone instead so I can see my things here. Let's see. So this is where I sent it there. So I really avoid having Discord on my PC because it kind of crashes. It's not so very stable. Right. So now you're on this screen. So let's open mousepad and paste it. And oh my, why a lot of spaces here? So I'm going to save this as the CVE name here. So I'll just hop back and copy this text again. And let's file, save as. I need to switch ears. I have a low battery. There. So let's paste the CVE number, and also I don't want to do that. So okay, it was a 0 the last one, and we want this to be an exploits, and it's a .py. There. So we have the correct formatting. And IP. Yes, I'm assuming that this is where the IP is used. Is it? Oh. So IP, is it ever used? There. So that is the receiving IP. So why this part? Well, let's put the IP here. When I can, I prefer to like make them mine, or what do you want to call it? Like really understand all the details and change things. So here we're explicitly adding specific characters, non-printable ones. Definitely, since they're doing this. Extract pack. So I'll have to Google extract pack. Extract pack capable of performing conversions between Python values and C structures. Okay, so that's what it's converting, and converting the format to C. That's logic. So it's taken these values, and well, let's actually click this, and I'm assuming it's just making it integers because of the I, but we have a capital I. So I, and ours is like so. Let's actually find this doesn't exist there. So I'm searching for this value. Here. So, Strike Pack return a byte string in big endian byte order in unsigned int. So that's what we get with this. So that's the important bit, so we understand the code here. Yeah. I'm assuming I'll run this with the actual things and not just run it as it is. So anyway, let's just start with I think I know enough about that. So Googled AnyDesk exploit, and so we have a Python file now. So I'm more about doing it thoroughly than doing it quickly, because I want to learn as much as possible. So let's just copy. I think the CV name is here, right? There. So that's the CVE, and then we have I'll actually edit the code first. We want the IP, so copying the IP of the box for up here, and I would have called this like vuln IP or something to make it obvious, right? And the port is 7070. It's on. Might mean this is not the right thing, but it seemed to be the right age. So this is the 4919 OS 1 HN. This thing, including this. Okay, and then we have user, and this is admin, and user is this. And then it's just making a socket, sending P, which is the full thing. Discover packet. So this is very interesting. It's one of the most interesting ones I've seen so far. Walkthrough. So if we wanted more information about this one, we could go here. And what I'm curious is about what they say about us changing this, because we have to change this, of course. It's obvious. But about the IP import up here, let's look at it quickly, because it won't take long. Oh, okay, so maybe we should have this part, because I didn't look for UDP. I didn't do that. And if this is a UDP packet, right, so let's actually undo the change I made here. There, and let's make a comment here. UDP. I didn't look at UDP, so let's fix that. Let's look at UDP. And I'm like, oh my god, I do this too seldom. I'll have to look at my Nmap notes just to make sure I don't do the wrong thing here. It's just you, right? And it will take forever, probably. So why am I like scrolling to the wrong place? So network exploration, my blind. Don't I have Nmap here? And then I have like all the things. UDP scan, yeah, it's just you. But we also want, let's actually be kind of evil here and add the port numbers. Was that it? And let's see, what was the IP? So it's 46, and actually I remembered it. I didn't have to look, so I wasn't looking it up. Okay. So why didn't it just give me any output? Oh, I didn't capture you. My god, I'm blind. Yeah, also sudo. So yeah, so it's open filtered. So if I changed the port, it wouldn't have worked. And I didn't actually look. That's bad. But I did find it before So this is UDP, which is kind of important. But we'll need to run this. Reverse TCP. So let's fix this to be our IP. And I keep being boring. So let's copy this. And let's make another tab and paste it here. So we have the full thing. Come on. There. So we'll just copy this bit. Right, let's actually copy it all. Oh gosh, I hate it when that happens. I'll have to keep it really close there and slow. And here, let's to. So I'm just going to do this first, and then we're going to put the full Python here as Python, of course. But first I'm going to add this bit. So let's update it. And let's paste it here. So there, updated. And I think we're done. We have this updated, assuming that everything is correct in this one. And it is not old Python, it's always checking. I did type the correct IP. We should be listening on the part, of course. So let's save this. I'm copying it and let's paste it here. So we have it for our notes. So this is saved and the path is the name. So let's actually sheet a bit and pull this down so we can see the darn name there. So CD, I guess this is quicker. And we have all the names, of course. And they use capitals as usual. And it is 2020. How many 2020s do we have? We have 2. And it's this one. But before we can click once, before we do this, we need to listen. So, listening, and it's the right port. That's why I use the same one, so I don't have to, you know, change it all the time and try to remember what was this one. So this works. Just to double check that. It's not like I've been doing this box for too long and it's like dying or something. So we add an hour. I've been going 1.5 hours. And I'll have to make food for my kids soon. Right, so let's run it. So
Cocaine 1 PT says, you don't need.
right.
When calling Python 3.
Yeah, thanks. But I have an error. So we have a Python error. And this I have not changed. So let's look at line 46. And this is a good thing to copy.
Try without it.
Without the line? No, so we'll need to...
It looks it's affecting the path.
No.
No.
This needs to be B2. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. This is what needs to be done. I think we need a B here. That's what I think. So let's save it. And of course I can remove this, but it's not wrong. Let's keep it. Also, that's the only annoying thing in Kali, that you can't double click. Or could I now? Have I been inefficient in my double clicks? So yeah. So I think it's also the wrong characters. So let's change it. Was that the new one? Yeah. And then I'm actually going to send the error message to ChatGPT. A computer can do computer stuff. So since I'm not the best in the world of debugging byte string errors in Python. Yeah, I know it's a type mismatch. You would have to connect a string with bytes. In Python 3, strings are Unicode by default and you need to handle them differently compared to byte strings. Yes, but this is the exploit on here. Copied, exactly. Right? So it's complaining about this. So it might be an update too. Unicode by default, you need to handle them differently compared to byte strings. To resolve this, you need to ensure that all components you are trying to concatenate are of the same type. I try to do that. Convert everything to bytes, and the payload is supposed to be a byte string. Convert everything to strings if the payload is supposed to be a string. Given the nature of the payload, it's more likely you would be working with bytes. Here is how you can adjust your code to convert strings to bytes. So it doesn't know the arguments names. Part at Shayla. Yeah, so they changed to this character instead. I should have maybe tried that, but to discover. The example, the B first converts the strings to byte literals. Ensure shellcode is also in bytes. If shellcode is initially a string, yeah, so if I'd sent it all the code, I would have seen that it's not typed like this. The question is, did this change recently in Python?
Panda Tongue says,
I'm still waiting on my ice cream.
Oh, you'll have to come. It's too far distance. You'll have to come and get your ice cream.
Fixerbot says,
YouTube message from ST0RM. What's up? How's learning ethical hacking goes?
Yeah, it's going great. This was a fun one. 'Cause I scanned with Nmap and I got AnyDesk. And I was like, oh? So we'll see if we get this thing running. We should hopefully get a shell on it. So I'm saving this and we'll see if it'll work now. And let's also do this just to make sure. And of course, since it found the file, it's not a path that's a problem. So can only concatenate, not bytes. So the thing is that now it marks all of it. You know, it started with only this. So let me
YouTube
send
message
it
from
the full thing.
ST0RM. Try only Python without 3 or Python 2.
Well, it'll probably do Python 2 or 3 anyway, and it's not Python 2. So I'm going to send ChatGPT both this time, because if it can help, it will be useful, and if it doesn't help, I'll have to Google on, probably. So, and the problem arises because a gen discover packet function is attempting to concatenate strings and bytes, which is not allowed. Specifically, it seems that char and struct
Cocaine1PT
pack return
says,
strings.
have you tried without the slash?
Yeah, I did. And it finds the file still, so it's no difference. Since it finds the file and tells me the error on the line, you know, it's not that it doesn't find the file. It seems that char and struct pack return strings and bytes respectively. Okay, so char, we need to fix that one too, causing a mismatch. To resolve this,
He was failing on the file path. But okay.
No, he wasn't.
You will get it, smile, smile.
So, but I can show you. So, the problem is not the path. My god, should I even show this? It's very obvious. You can see it's tracing the Python code and giving a special concatenation error in the code, the first error here. So it's not anything about a path at all. It's a byte character string and byte error. So let's continue. So these return different values. To resolve this, you should ensure that all the parts of the payload are handled consistently as byte. Yes. So let's see how it helps
Ivan
us.
says,
Hi, fix it.
Hi, Ivan. Welcome back. And great that you made your spoken name Ivan. So you're saving my memory a bit. Thank you. So let's compare this to our code. So I'm assuming, yeah, so it changed it to being bytes, which is very logical. I'm just curious why Python changed since this was written. So what it does here is, instead of char, it does bytes. And then we have so we have a comma and the next byte and comma and the next byte, and then we also have an end parenthesis there. So I'm just checking the numbers are the same, right? Yeah, so for then it's doing struct pack, and those are bytes because they're converting to C compatible. And the next one I will actually copy. Instead of OX2 or 2, we do this. And then we have struct packs. And then we have a... we didn't get an error here though, meaning it might not be right. And I'm kind of hungry. I'm very hungry. Do you think ChatGPT can help me with my hunger problems? I don't think I had lunch, yeah. Yeah, I had a tiny bit of yogurt and bread, yeah, right, I had a bit of lunch. So this is what it did here. It didn't change anything else, I think. Let's see if it did anything here. So yeah, we'll see.
Panda Tongue
We will
says,
see.
Chat GPT, how do I make granola from my keyboard minus the hair?
Oh my goodness. That's too disgusting. I'm losing my I don't want to eat anymore.
Cocaine 1 PT says. Pandatong on lol. Pandatong says.
Are you still hungry?
So I'm not. Yeah, I guess my tummy still is hungry, you know, but my mouth don't want any food right now, right? It's okay. I'm not that easily. I'm not that squeamish. I need food still. So. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that was not the problem, since then it would have complained. Right, we got a new error. So, previous error.
Cocaine 1 PT says. Web link.
Oh yeah, I don't want any hints, you know. So that contains links too. So I don't want hints. Thank you anyway. This is an interesting mystery to solve, so I'm going to revert it back to the way it was.
It's not a hint, it's actually a fix for that.
Yeah, I realize. I want to try to solve it myself. That's a hint, you know. That's what a hint is. So. What's the next thing it will change? So, yeah, that is needed. So now I'm back to the basic one. And I might look at the link, but I'll try more first. A bit more. So now we're back to one error. And I'm going to send it the new code, but first we're going to actually open a new one, because we don't want it to remember the other one, because it will like be messed up. So I was thinking that it would download this thing from the internet, not download it, but have it as in its like knowledge, whatever it had read somewhere to sometime, whatever, you know. So let's go back to this one. So I'm not doing the quickest way, I'm doing the way where I learn the most. And that's why I want to do it this way. The error you're encountering is due to the attempting to concatenate a string with a byte. Yes, in Python 3. Yeah, so what we need to do is to make this one, right? Not the rest of it. And they cannot be concatenated directly. So how is it concatenated then? This is a line that we're interested in. Shellcode.decode. Well, no. No, I want it the other way around. Yeah, so from what I've seen now, I'm going to try something else than what it says, which is, why not make this one like bytes, right? And what on earth did we call it? Was it just bytes? Let's try this. Let's try this. string argument without an encoding. So we need to tell it the encoding to. Did it do that before? So what if I do the B here? And this now. This might insert an extra character depending on how it works. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. So now we have the concatenation error again. And the other error. So did I do something else? Let's undo. Undo. There. No? Redo. So it did both. So I'm saving this, trying it. And we have currently both errors. So we get this error when we make changes to this. Yeah. Because we have a variable over here. Oh, right. This is what? I'm like, what? So D is where? No. That's not right. So this one, it needs a specific thing. So I was thinking backwards. So let's look again. This variable that we get here, it is the right format. It wants a string. Right? No? Yeah, because this is a string argument without encoding to bytes. But before we had the bytes, we have this character because we cannot concatenate string.
Ivan says,
Try to create a variable for arguments before passing them to the function and check if they works.
Yeah, but this is what I hate in Python, that we don't have real types. It's not types. I prefer C, you know. This is a bad thing with Python. It might be good, you know, for learning things, but not knowing what things really are. Let's undo again a bit. And right, I was thinking that this is actually the argument, and what argument will it want for the OS? The OS is used here, where it's created. It's shard, right? So all of this will be sent into char. So let's look at Python char. So I'm just.
It looks very long
Googling.
for CHR.
Yeah, it looks very long for char. So what does it really want? It's just one number, you know. How did this ever work? Converted back to Unicode, meaning it's a Unicode number. Yeah, it also says Unicode 97 here.
I guess CHR should be just one number like a byte with one char.
Yeah, so this is very odd. Let's look at the other code that you sent me. Let's see. So let's see what these do. They have the B before. What have they done up here? They do struct pack. They do byte instead of char. Byte instead of char. And these are also like just B's. Yeah. So get rid of the char. That's what it does. So I'm thinking that this must be a newer version of Python problem. Because apparently it worked. How else would they put this in the CVE, you know? Here. The only reason I can see is that this is from 2020, you know? Or it was updated 2021, I think it said. Yeah, this is old. So it's 4 years old. So Python is probably updated too much. Okay, so let's do bytes here instead. So I have the wrong page up. So it's not even bytes here. This is... Oh, right, I'm trying to delete things and so this is just the normal format we have here with B. And so it's actually just a backslash. And then backslash. And a backslash. One now. Right? So. And this one is B bytes. Yeah, and here it has this. Probably because this is not just a variable. It's not just one thing. Well, we'll see. Maybe the previous time we used it, we had all of the different ones in these. We'll see. Maybe it expects an array, and we only have one entry, so that's how it wants it. That's probably it. So each end user, and then we have this, and then they use I'm curious though if it would work, but yeah, so this one is actually X 0, as if that would matter for 0. 0 is 0 in all systems. But I guess it's
It's interesting that Python can concatenate bytes smile. I did not know that smile.
Yeah. And it actually kind of said it couldn't, right? And then it's doing it. But it's nice. Python has very many good parts, but the bad part is that it isn't actually. So I'm going to do this. Oh, the X. We should keep the X. Did I remove an X here too, probably?
Golang can concatenate only strings.
Okay. So I'm going to add the backslashes now. So, and I'm going to check Well, the person who did this thing was very structured. They probably did the same here. Yeah. So X01. So I see the nice bit of it as having it all the same length, you know. So let's just compare. And then we have this one too. So yeah, so we can't have that. You will have to be similar and assimilate them off the same. Apparently, right? 0, 1 funk. Yeah, so I'll just check quickly if there's any other changes. They've added like changes, and no need to change this because it's UDP, and I did it already. I did UDP, and we checked that UDP is like open filtered, and they have theirs, of course. And now we can remove bytes here because the other one has the correct format. We'll see. Rather, the argument will now be the correct format, I'd say, right? I'm just double checking everything. Yeah, so these bits, it hasn't changed. So let's save it and go back here and just making sure that we're still listening here. And I'm trying to do arrow up. Apparently I wasn't there. So we get the same problem. I might have missed one. Let's compare it to this code again. The user line. So this didn't help at all. That's funny. I've been like, oh, so here's a better version. And it's not. No changes have been made from the original exploit. And so this line is there struct pack len user plus user. It's the same. And this line gen discover packet 4919.1. Let's mark it here so it's easier to
What is user?
see.
Is it string or bytes?
Just 1 second. I'll just double check this line. So they have added a B here too. So that's the thing. All of these have B's in the code. So here. So that's logical, right? God, I can't see which one is selected in this tabbing. That's what's the problem. Couldn't see which one. Okay, so that was it. The bees. 5 seconds. I'll just make sure that the box doesn't fall asleep. Now it's 1 hour 2 minutes. So, not 5 seconds. Is it 5 seconds? So I think I might have like broken stuff too when I tried connecting with the application, you know, with this. Where is it? Let's close this one. So first time it said something else. So we might restart the box. Let's stop this one. That one already stopped. So I'm going to restart it, meaning we need to add it to the IP when we get a new one. So I'm just restarting it. Since I did get a different message first. It was like waiting for users OK click or something. But then it just said that it couldn't connect. So something broke, I think, when I tried it. So now we have it off. And we'll edit with a new IP in 39 seconds. So, new IP. "20 seconds. IP, we have an IP. 83.192. And there's nothing else we need to change. Because our IP is what's in here, of course. So I'm saving it. We're tabbing. We're making sure that this is started again. And we're running it. And we hope that we have better success this time. And if we don't, then I guess I'll have to look at the code again. Also, it says 5 seconds, but that might not be a TryHackMe machine. So maybe I should give it more than 5 seconds. Yeah, so we're done with this. And I just tried there. We needed this for the installation of AnyDesk. So, not as many things open. Let's actually close this one down. It doesn't seem like we will need it for this one. And this one says long ago. And we have nothing. Maybe we have something. I don't know. Let's try something, but I don't think we have anything, so. So let's double check it, because it might not be good still. Right, so no error checking. So I'm pulling up the try syntax for Python. Someone is on the doorbell. I'll just check it. Vem är det som är där? Okej. Right. Let's continue. So where's my search? Yeah, let's check this one out. How old is this? This is what the script is from June 2020. So let's actually first open up the... No. It's so annoying. When I click at the top here, and I'm trying to click the program, and then I click that, and then when I try to tab, because I clicked word because I wanted a tab, and then it still wasn't selected, you know. So this definitely won't get connected. Just wanted to check. It said more time. Yeah, so they've been checking traffic and stuff to make this from the start, right? And I don't want to do that. And maybe stuff has changed. So let's see, what date was this fix? That didn't work. I could of course compare with mine. Let's do that. If there might be another change too they made. And also they removed the sysm part. So I will just do that and see if we run it now. Right, I added the try, so I can't do that. I was actually doing something. So I don't want that to print unless it's actually done all these things and it worked, you know. If it had some kind of bad problem, we should probably do ifs too and not print this if it wasn't successful. And this should be a with. But I know that all things can't do that, so maybe that's why. Or it's just old code. So, well, we know we didn't really have a big exception thingy. So, well, let's also see this. Sockets. I'm more thinking the packet is still not good. You know, it's not good enough. It returns a socket object. So of course we print this. Right. We should have had an error if something went wrong. But I still wanna 0. So that's odd. Yeah. It's not odd because it doesn't have it yet. So send to will automatically add the information to. So I haven't used socket much in Python, I think. Yeah, I've used it, but so now there's a connected port. But the IP address and the port that it's actually using. So this is P. Let's look at this, which is this. And it's only this simple string. So let's check if I have any errors in my string. And I'm assuming that the person who wrote this updated version, which doesn't even have a date, last year. Let's check all the binary data. So here, x3 xd1 x01 x. This is wrong. That might have been the problem, or rather it's, hopefully it works now. No one saw my typo? So we sent the wrong packet. I would have liked to restart this one. Let's do this. We'll have to continue looking and see if this connects. Then this continued looking was useless. So agent user. Also, this red text, red on black, is always kind of hard to read. So it was an X there. X2, XC3, X51. This is kind of fun to check the difference. This one line is the same. It's an O5, EF, FF, 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 48, BB, 8. And then we're different because here I have 9, E, 2, XB. Yeah. So this is one of the IP or port information there. 5. So if I look from the end instead, 4827 583148. So all the way there, this is different. And then we have 4th row FFFFFF, because I think theirs were more different because it was an older version, meaning there might be other differences. I could compare it to the original too. The end is different too. Yeah, there are more differences. So I'm not going to compare it all. And then we have so this bit, no, it's the same. I just looked at the wrong place. Yeah, it's the same. I started reading here instead of here. I don't see the red one. It's like removed from my brain. Yeah, so let's just look for another one then. And also, I'm a bit annoyed actually that the CVE number is not in here. So why not put the CV in there? Right. So still no connect. I'm curious on the function too, how it works in detail. Socket. And then socket is the normal socket, but then send to PIP port. How does that work? That's a Python. They do message encode UTF-8 with their text. Will that also make it bytes? What? Yeah, bytes. So also I should check the age. So this was asked 11 years ago. So same page that we already have opened. So bytes address, and an address is apparently IP port. The socket should not be connected, since the destination socket is specified by address. The optional flags is same meaning as for receivable. Return the number of bytes sent. The format of address. Oh shit, I missed 20 minutes. The number of the format of address depends on the address family. See above. Yeah. This is an auditing event. So I want to know more. This doesn't say what it does at all. But that it should not be connected means that it will connect. But how will it connect, and what will be the contents? What will be the what will be returned, and how will it update the socket object? Because we can see in the output that it's updated. So let's hop up to receive then. Whatever. I didn't think I was about to like stop with this one at 18, and then I'll see if I have time more. But now it's currently actually this event, you know, or this is running. And
there's a threat actor or a pen tester.
So watching this on YouTube is just stupid because it's on Twitch, and that's probably 12 seconds faster. Yeah, so they should be here too. They're also in here. So this is how I found it, by clicking here. And she was in here before. Right.
Once again, it's sort of the pen test due diligence to confirm or deny that multicast name
watching
resolution
a stream on
is enabled
stream,
or not. And as
you know, that's not
this,
like
kind of a big
the thing to do, right? What I could do is, of course, read it, right? That would be kind of funny. So I might. So I'm a bit tired. I need to get food because I've been hungry for a long time. Tiny raid, I see. And of course, I'll just do this. Well, they might not notice, but what do you think? Because I don't want to stream their stream, you know? And I think I need to get some food anyway. And later I have Gar's event. If anyone has any tips on this, So where's the first actual one here? I was just going to Google it. Let's actually Google it. No, I copied this instead, so I think it's like this one. There are several, of course, so this was just my guess. And it's also so it's RCE and all of them are not. And that's the one that says also public exploit here. So here is my copy. Because what I really want to know is what it actually does. So there are actually a list here, references. So let's check these out. But first, no, still didn't manage to copy it. How hard could it be to copy a number? Copy. I've already tried twice. No, we got it. Yeah, I'm so hungry. I'll need to have to get something to eat. Let's look at something else here. Solutions. Oh, I opened a new window. Oh, so a Metasploit. Yeah. Yeah, we'll quickly do Metasploit. We could do that. So yeah, I was thinking of raiding, but let's try Metasploit first. Apparently we have problems with this one. I don't like Metasploit, but if it works, we can continue with the box. There is SSH. It would be nice to get SSH before I eat. So use 0. So it'll need info. Options. I'm a bit tired, I see. Yeah, so let's do set our hosts 1010 83 992. This is also a good test if the box actually works as it should. I kinda assume it does, but it's always nice to confirm, even if I don't want to only do Metasploit to get to something. That's like cheating. So L host set 10, 18, 21, 36. And it can listen wherever it wants. And the UDP. So let's just run it. Okay. So the port is unavailable. So I'm going to restart the box and do this at once, because it somehow it half connected or something, or it's connected and I missed it. So I'm going to start the box again. Well, that's a good sign for our script. I mean, it might work. It might just be that we had bad luck with the box. So it's 50 seconds. 50 seconds to it started. I have a bit of bread here. Actually, I could eat. And I have something to drink too. So the IP. So let's up and set the R host to 112.98 and 2 arrow ups to get to run. Yeah, so it doesn't work. And also it didn't mean that what we did was not the wrong thing. I mean, it's let's actually do a full UDP scan. Why not? So we can differentiate, you know. This will take so much time. Well, if all of them takes 2.22 seconds. Let's do something. The It was when Googling I found this, so. We can see what this does. This is the Metasploit. We can compare this to what on the last one on the last box I just read the information from here, you know. Yeah, this is how it looks here. And also I want to see how it uses the parts, if it does something bad. So, it doesn't seem to use it? The R port is not used. Is it? So let's see, where is it doing the connect? And why do I have a scroll bar in the middle of things? Is it because I have the wrong... No, it's still there. Let's update the page. Because I know when I zoom, now it's 100%, so it's tiny text, I'm sorry. And this is the right one. Default options. C port. Did I miss some option? My God. So the Nmap only got to the question of asking for permissions, and that took so long time, so I swapped from this. So boarding, let's actually we need to update this. That's annoying, but we need to, because we have a new IP. Copying the IP, pasting the IP. Here we have more control, but I don't know exactly what it does. What do these really mean? Well, of course, we could look at the packets and see if this really is what it's sending, you know. Saved. Run. Let's check the options. And this one has the R port set, the R host set, and this one is, let's see, where is it? 3, 4. I have an Nmap scan on my 4th tab. It's usually the first. Well, 1838, 40. And the stream duration is wrong again. I'm curious to know what. Was there a glitch? Did the streamer bot just flip out totally? So these are the connected client ports, I'm sure. So it has nothing to do with the of the socket connection. I guess it always makes one right. That's why I wanted to know more about it. The details, how it works in Python. Do usual recon. Go for some vulnerability research and exploit this box already. Yeah. I'm trying. So we can close this. I was just double checking my find of any disk. So let's do RCE. And we get updated once then. Wrong IC? Wrong CV. I'm sure we're on the right one. I'm kind of sure I closed that one. So, I didn't do this. Attacker KB. Can't open another one, is already opening one. There should be like dates on things. Welcome in.
Fixerbot says,
New follower Ponyluver. Less than
Thanks for
3.
the follow. So I've done one and it didn't work. And I even tried Metasploits and it didn't work. I'm sure Gar will do it in 30 seconds. Oh, right, he sent a link. So I'll just fix this for... So I'm just going to send it to her. Because I promised. Right. So I'm muting the tab. So I'll just, let's see. I think I can just click her. Maybe not, because it will just reload, right? In chat.
On a cyberplane.
Oh my goodness, this is annoying. Okay, I'll have to do this. Wait a sec. Hej gubben! Jag kan fixa spaghetti. Jag gör det jättesnart. Spaghetti lägg. So I'm going to go make food for my kids too. So my bread is out. Yeah, right. So where were I when I noticed that? So why do I get these? Okay, because I scrolled down. Oops. Vulnerability details. Okay. Yeah. This is the one we tried in Metasploit. I already have it up. So here. Same. Only I searched here. For our port. Yeah, so I'll have to go and make some food and eat some food. So I will send the message, the raid message. Yeah, I'm going to see how much of this I can watch today and how much I'll finish tomorrow. So is the raid actually not going? Oh, I can't raid them. They don't have raids allowed. Okay, so we'll raid someone else. Let's see. Oh, this is hard. She was just in here. And I just sent her a message. So not that hard, maybe. I'm not going to have time to look at the stream. But I'm muting the tab. I think she has music. And there. Okay. So I'm getting like warnings that is intended for mature audiences and follower or subscriber only chat. So it's follower only, I'm sure. Because I can type. Yeah, so I'm going to watch this for a bit, or maybe I won't, but it's nice to be able to ask questions. I can't if I watch it afterwards, you know. And I did ask a question yesterday, but it was not about the things, more generally. Yeah. And right, it's Thursday too. So I usually raid later. So the last Thursdays I've been raiding cyber and security, but it's not on yet, so unfortunately it's too early. It's too early. I will see if I'll stream a bit later too, after I've eaten. And if I decide that this thing is not yeah, it's 19 now, so bye.